Good morning, everyone. Hope everyone can hear my voice. Am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Thank you so much. And welcome you all to the second international conference on technological innovations in engineering and management, organized by Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. So about IFERP, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, is a multidisciplinary professional organization dedicated to research and development within the field of science, engineering, and technology. IFERP is a preponderant body that has brought technical revolution and development of science and technology. The IFERP forum constitutes of professional experts and overseas technical leaders. There is no stone unturned to strengthen the spheres of science, engineering, and technology. These days, IFERP is one among the leading publisher of research paper in its prime quality peer-reviewed journals, continuing and analyzing magazines. And I request everyone to please keep your um, participants in mute condition so that we can peacefully proceed with our conference. And about our conference, we are happy to announce you that the second international conference on technological innovations in engineering and management will be held on 30th March 21 at Visakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, India. It's a great privilege and pleasure to invite you to the conference. So ICTIEM 21 aims to be a top-notch forum to discuss the current progresses in engineering, technology, and management fields, together with the recent developments based upon new concepts and advancements in modern engineering and management. It provides an excellent platform to research scholars, scientists, engineers, and students from universities and industries worldwide to present their ongoing research activities, thus fostering further research relationships between universities and industries as well. You are being granted with the opportunity to participate in the conference as authors, presenters, sponsors, exhibitors, or listeners. So I would like to welcome all our honorable dignitaries now. And firstly, I would like to welcome all our eminent keynote speakers. The first keynote speaker is Professor Jennifer P. Juanza, Program Chairperson, MIT CCS Binalbagan from Talisay City, Philippines. And the second keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Vishal Kumar, Dean, Research Director of School of Management, Maharaja Agrasen University, Badi, Himachal Pradesh, India. Third keynote speaker, Dr. Hamid Sarami, President at Asrar Higher Education, deemed to be University ex-Vice Chancellor of Islamic Azad University, Kuchan, Mashhad, Iran. And our fourth final keynote speaker, Dr. Pastor Aguiles Jr., Dean, College of Computer Studies, University of Perpetual Health System, Delta, Philippines. And our valuable session chairs, Dr. Balakrishnan S., Professor and Head at Department of Computer Science and Business System, and Dr. P.K. Agarwal, Dean at Department of Civil Engineering, and Dr. T. Tirupal, Associate Professor and Head at Department of Electronics and Communication. So Dr. Balakrishnan, he is from Sri Krishna College of Engineering from Coimbatore, India. Dr. P.K. Agarwal is from Madhya Pradesh at Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology. And Dr. T. Tirupal is from G. Pulaya College of Engineering and Technology, Andhra Pradesh, India. So I thank all of you for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting that expertise with us. I would like also take this opportunity to welcome all our presenters from across India who have spared the valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. So now I would like to go with our first keynote speaker, Professor Jennifer, Program Chairperson from Talisay City, Philippines, to deliver a keynote address. And prior to that, I would like to give a brief information about her. At present, Professor Jennifer P. Juanes is a Program Chairperson, MIT, CCS Binalbagan, Carlos Hidalgo Memorial Staff College, Talisay City, Philippines. She has 20 years of experience as a teacher, team leader, instructor, and program chairperson. Ma'am, Ms. Jennifer.
Yes, sir. Am I clear?
Yes, I can
Am I
hear you,
loud and
ma'am.
clear? Yes, sir.
Thank you so much for your participation, and I would like to proceed with your presentation, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
Welcome, ma'am.
Okay. So, amazing morning to all the participants, organizers, keynote speakers, and the management. Of course, welcome to the second International Conference on Technological Innovations in Engineering and Management, organized by the Institute for Engineering Research and Publication. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am Jennifer Padilla Waneza, and I am currently affiliated with Carlos Hilado Memorial State College, Binalbagan campus here in the Philippines. I would like to express my gratitude to the organizer of this conference, most especially to Miss Puja Juliet, who has been very nice and very accommodating to all of my queries about this conference. So, well, to start up, I am going to discuss to all of you about innovation engineering. So I will just share my presentation.
Sure, ma'am, you can share it.
Sure. Can you see my presentation?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Okay, thank you very much. So it is a mere fact that there are a lot of technological innovations, not only in our country, but of course, it is already globally. So first, let's define what is innovation. So innovation, from the word innovation, it is derived from the Latin verb innovare, which means to renew. Innovation is a process by which a domain, a product, or a service is renewed and brought up to date by applying new processes, introducing new techniques, or establishing successful ideas to create new value. From the Webster Dictionary, innovation for its part can refer to something new or to a change made to an existing product, idea, or field. Why is it that I chose innovation engineering? It's because our theme today is about technological innovations. So innovation, there are three types of innovation of technologies, and that is semi-radical technology, disruptive technology, and incremental technology. First, we have the semi-radical technology. So this kind of technology typically relies on the existing knowledge about technology. However, it uses knowledge in such ways that it differs importantly into the past. Cell phones were considered before as mobile telephones, but it works in another way around these days. So semi-radical is being represented by cell phones, and these are what mostly people want to have in their everyday life. So the evolution of cell phones from a cell phone that have an antenna, and now we have what we call the smartphones. So from a company's perspective, semi-radical innovation involves substantial change in either technology of an organization or its business model, but not to both. When substantial change happens at one level, for example, technology, it also involves small changes from the business level or vice versa. The next one is the disruptive technology. It is possible that some of you knows already what kind of technology is this. So disruptive innovation, also known as disruptive technologies, is a term that describes how a new product or firm starting initially with simple applications or offerings moves up the market relentlessly. So replacing established firms, alliances, or products. So I have here, there are a lot of examples of disruptive technology, but I will only give you two examples for this. The first one is what we call the P2P accommodation, or the peer-to-peer commerce. So it occurs when two individuals interact directly, selling and buying products and services to each other. So a great example is P2P accommodation. So before, if we are going to travel from different countries or different places, we are really looking forward to stay in a hotel or nice pension houses. But now we have what we call the peer-to-peer accommodation, wherein companies like Airbnb and HipCamp let individuals open up rooms in their homes or offer up plots of private land for camping, and visitors can book directly. So previously, travelers had to go through centralized companies like chains to book an overnight stay. But P2P accommodation companies like Airbnb and HipCamp develop websites and apps where individuals could easily list cozy accommodations and promote their offerings and chat directly with potential visitors. So as you can see on the picture on the right side, Airbnb will make you forget hotels. So according to the study by Morgan Stanley, 25% of leisure travelers and 23% of business travelers will have used Airbnb by the end of 2017, with 49% of Airbnb users reporting having used the service as a substitute for a standard hotel. So meaning to say that we have this peer-to-peer accommodation, you can be able to experience what it's like to stay in a hotel also, because they some of the overnight stay homes or houses, they have, of course, accommodation also. For example, they can offer you free Wi-Fi, free breakfast, like that. So this is one example of disruptive technology, because they have changed the way other businesses or considered established businesses to offer a new kind of services to other travelers. Another example is the use of digital cameras, where an innovation that started to compete in quality and price with film cameras roughly 20 years ago. So I don't know if some of you have experienced this kind of cameras. And today, cell phone cameras have disrupted the photography market, fundamentally redefining what it means to take a photo and who has access to this type of technology. So I have here examples of the camera. So the first one, before, we are using this film camera, wherein in order for you to have the output of your pictures, you have to finish all the films in the camera, and then you have to develop it to a specific photography store or businesses there, and then you can be able to look at your photo after they have developed the film. The next one is what we call digital cameras. So there are times that there's a boom with this kind of cameras like Canon and Nikon, and they are using the memory card for this one. And then for today, we can be able to have our own cell phone, wherein our cell phone can be able to capture pictures or images in an instant, and you can be able to see the output already. So they have disrupted the kind of film cameras 20 years ago. The next one is what we call the incremental technology. So incremental innovation is the process of making minor improvements to existing products, services, processes, methods, or even the organization itself. As long as a change creates value and has some element of novelty, to it, it can be classified as incremental innovation. So we have here examples of incremental innovation, which is the light bulbs. So before, a long time ago, we are using candles to have a light in our home or our house. And then we have these bulbs. And now we have what we call the LED bulbs. The LED bulbs became more reliable. So they were a much more effective alternative to incandescent bulbs. So they are more efficient than incandescent light bulbs using 80% less electricity. But of course, some of the LED bulbs, they are much more expensive than the usual or the normal light bulbs. So longer lasting than standard light bulbs by years or decades, up to 5 times longer than any comparable bulb on the market. So if you replace the incandescent bulbs with LED light bulbs throughout your home, you can save up to $3,000 over their 23-year lifespan. So if you are using LED bulbs today, then you are into already technological innovation. The next one is what is engineering. So we have defined about innovation, and now we are going to define what is engineering. So scientific principles to design or develop structures, machines, apparatus, or manufacturing processes or works, utilizing them singly or in combination, or to construct or operate the same with full cognizance of their design, or to forecast their behavior under specific operating conditions, all as respects as
Hello?
intended function. Yes.
Oh,
Okay. I'll just proceed
I'm
with my
sorry, ma'am.
presentation.
I'm
Okay.
sorry, ma'am. Sorry, it's a small disturbance from the other side. You can continue. I'm sorry.
It's okay. So economics of operation and safety to life and property. Well, I am not really an engineer by profession, but of course, each one of us can be an engineer someday or in the future through the use of or through the discovery or innovation of technologies. So the words engine and ingenus are derived from the same Latin root ingenerare, which means to create. So if we are going to combine the two words innovation engineering, we will come up with this definition. Innovation means something new and engineering means to create. So if we will combine that, it means that something new to create. That is why we have this kind of technological innovations. Okay, what is innovation engineering? Innovation engineering is defined as a method for solving technology and business problems for organizations who want to innovate, adapt, and or enter new markets using expertise in emerging technologies like big data, artificial intelligence, system architecture, and blockchain. Technology business models, innovation culture, and high-performing networks. So I highlighted the word emerging technologies because that is what I am going to discuss with you in a while. Innovation engineering is a framework developed by Iklap Sidhu. I hope I pronounce his name right, at UC Berkeley. It enables talent technical development by combining real-life projects with innovation behaviors. Innovation engineering is for anyone who would like to create something new. So it is useful in large firms, research labs, student projects, and new ventures. So innovation engineering tools and programs empower innovators to change the world. So as you can see, it is not only in our country, in your country, but globally, the world has been changed through the use of these innovations. Innovation engineering is the result of using the approaches, processes, behaviors, and mindsets of entrepreneurs or innovators with the context of engineering project. So we have here the context, engineering projects with emerging technologies. So first, you have to make a problem formulation out of that innovations that you wanted to develop or to create. And of course, we are using inductive and agile learning behaviors wherein you can be able to adapt with the agile methodologies. And then we come up with our innovation engineering. Innovation engineering projects such as 3D printed innovative products. So in the Philippines, we already have this kind of 3D printing. And the 3D printing is a slow but steady industrial revolution and a very current technology trend. So it is a true innovation engineering revolution regarding product design and manufacturing, and it is used for an increasing number of applications besides fast prototyping. So you can be able to see the output already, and it is very, some of the 3D printings are very beautiful and wonderful. Next, we have the smart ring for payments and people identification. So aside from using credit cards, um, the smart ring replaces the use of the credit cards. So there are companies like ICER Technologies. They develop a smart ring that will replace all your credit cards. So it is called Eclis, and it will be available for sale soon. So with its contactless NFC technology, or what we call the RFID, radio frequency identification technology, the ring does not need charging or changing its battery since it does not rely on power. So maybe soon we will be able to use this kind of smart ring for payments and people identification. Next, we have what we call the solar balloons. As of now, we have a lot of solar power. We have warm energy that we can use for our homes, right? So the company Cool Earth discovered that solar panels only generate a minimum portion of the potential amount of energy that can be obtained. For this reason, they decided to modify the structure of their solar panels by creating solar balloons. So these balloons have an inflatable plastic container that keeps the light in and directs it to the solar panel, thus generating more energy. So this is a first project which is still under construction, of course, and it is estimated that with this method, a panel will generate 400 times the power of a regular one. So hopefully, we can be able to have that kind of solar balloons in our country. The next one is, what is emerging technologies? So I highlighted a while ago the word emerging technologies. So emerging technology is a term generally used to describe a new technology, but it may also refer to the continuing development of an existing technology. It can have slightly different meaning when used in different areas, such as media, business, science, or education. So the term commonly refers to technologies that are currently developing or that are expected to be available within the next 5 to 10 years, and is usually reserved for technologies that are creating or are expected to create significant social and economic effects. So some of you, I know that you already have this kind of emerging technologies used already. We have here the top list, emerging technologies. The first one is the AI and the machine learning. So as we know that artificial intelligence refers to programmed algorithms that automatically parse and apply knowledge. It's the largest force in emerging technology, and it includes security and sales applications for businesses. So the advancement in AI and cognitive function have helped this come about, but machine learning also deserves much of that praise. So we are learning already what is this kinds of machine learning. So through the collection, ingestion, and analysis of massive troves of digital content, machine learning platforms are spitting out new opportunities and insights. So the technology is also empowering marketing, retail, healthcare, science, industry, and much more. So we have a lot of examples of artificial intelligence. So one of that is face recognition, smart cars. We use face recognition, especially now that we are into a COVID-19 pandemic. So most probably the biometrics system has been omitted in our company. or in our school, because we have used the face recognition already to avoid contact with people. The next one we have is the 5G. So 5G offers improvements over 4G, such as low latency, intelligent power consumption, and high device density. So 5G will make augmented reality, smart cities, and connected vehicles possible. So imagine how many devices, services, and platforms require an active internet connection these days, and what that means when moving away from the home, office, or other stable connections. Mobility generally comes with a sacrifice in usability and performance. However, 5G will eliminate that problem. So there are countries that have 5G connections already, and it really improves their internet connections and their networks. And hopefully here we have in the Philippines, we still have the 4G plus, and our government is still on the process of putting up the 5G connections and networks all over the Philippines. So I hope we could have that in the near future. Okay, the next one we have is Internet of Things. So the Internet of Things combines information, connected devices, and allows for analytical of systems. So these platforms, devices, and data sets provide additional insights and efficiencies for the enterprise. It has already seen considerable advancements through new smart home and consumer-focused technologies. So it has another purpose in the industrial world by leveling up systems, new and old, allowing for a digital transformation of the manufacturing and supply chain fields. So Internet of Things is a big help to our economy as well as into the business enterprise, because they can be able to have transaction in a more efficient and convenient way. Okay, the next one we have is augmented reality. So AR, or what we call augmented reality, and VR as virtual reality transform how people engage with machines, data, and each other. So the enterprise is using mixed reality, AI, and sensor technologies to enhance execution, flexibility, operational efficiency, and individual productivity. So as we go along with augmented reality and virtual reality, that is what we have already experienced with, of course, gamings, using games on mobile phones, or you have this virtual devices that it seems that you are into the real gaming world. So that is augmented reality and virtual reality. And then the next one, we have the blockchain. So this is very famous nowadays, and most people are hooked into this blockchain. So there's an ever increasing need to be able to secure and manage transactions across the internet, and blockchain is the answer. So blockchain manages data and supply chain challenges, originally designed to support cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. So the foundational blockchain technology is a digital ledger and is now being used for so much more. From legal to medical, several industries are exploring ways to use the revolutionary technology because of its enhanced security and transparency. So mostly some of the businesses or companies, they are into blockchain already, especially in the medical and healthcare companies. But then, of course, blockchain is very well known for the cryptocurrencies. And there are a lot of people who are hooked into cryptocurrencies that can make millions of money for them. Okay, next we have the autonomous vehicles. So increased levels of vehicle automation continue to be on the horizon. So with expectations that the need for drivers in both consumer and commercial vehicles will eventually be removed. So it's incredibly exciting, and brands like Tesla, GM, BMW, Hyundai, Chrysler, and many others are already rolling out a highly advanced consumer vehicles to market. So can you imagine that you will just sit down inside of the car and doing nothing because there will be somebody who will drive you to your destination or to the places that you wanted to go through. Okay, so that is autonomous vehicles. The next one is natural language processing. So tools and techniques used to process, analyze, and generate text are another emerging technology to watch in 2021. So this includes areas like voice assistance, machine translator, or translation, and chatbots. So nowadays, if you will open a website, you can be able to have a chatbots already who's chatting with you. And if you will reply, then the chatbot will also reply to you. And then we have this machine translator also and voice assistant. So that is a very common one for us. Like we have Siri for Apple. So that is natural language processing. The next one is green hydrogen. So with the increased phase out of internal combustion engine vehicles, interest in hydrogen fuel cells has increased. For Lux, they remain an unfulfilled dream, but analysts at the research firm still believe green hydrogen can help clean up otherwise hard to decarbonize industrial processes. So can you imagine the waste that we have in our country so they can be able to create this kind of green hydrogen with the use of that or with the use of air also and water? So they can be able to produce this kind of green technology. And then the last one, we have the renewables. Innovations that can convert plastic waste into a variety of valuable products. So enabling a circular economy and avoiding pollution. Innovations that can convert waste into higher value products are in high demand to meet the challenge. So from recycled and repurposed plastics to green hydrogen, which offers clean energy, there will be significantly more focus on renewable technologies and resources this year. So you cannot be able to throw out all your waste or garbage, but then you can be able to recycle it and make a purpose for that thing, no, for that technology. So last time I've attended a seminar or a webinar with Fab Lab that they are really converting all the plastic or the water bottle into a more usable products already. So that's it. And I have here my references. It's a lot. So thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, ma'am,
Yes,
for
sir.
your valuable presentation. If any of the participants wants to raise any inputs or queries, can go with the proceed with the queries session. Else we'll go with the next presenter, next our honorable keynote speaker. Anyone wants to ask any doubts regarding the presentation? Okay, no worries. So I would like to call our next eminent speaker, keynote speaker, Mr. Professor Dr. Vishal Kumar, Dean, Research Director, School of Management at Maharaja Agrasen University, Baddi, Himachal Pradesh, India. So Dr. Professor Vishal Kumar is currently working as the Dean, Research and Director of School of Management, Maharaja Agrasen University at Himachal Pradesh, India. He is MCOM, UGC, NEET, MBA Finance and PhD. He has 22 years of experience as faculty in commerce and management with the specialization of accounting and finance. He is acting as chief editor, and associate editor of many journals and magazines. He is also a member of various professional bodies. He is a prolific writer and authored 27 books covering on an array of topics pertaining to commerce in management. Now I would like to give a valuable presentation by Mr. Vishal. Hope Vishal sir is not available. Um, I request everyone to please give me a minute so that I will reconfirm about the current keynote speaker. I request everyone to please be on hold for a minute. Just give me 1 minute, please. Dr. Vishal Kumar, sir.
Yeah, good morning.
Very good morning, sir. Thank you so much for your presence, and I really glad to meet you. So,
Same here, same here.
as we have completed with the previous keynote speaker, we want your
Okay,
valuable presentation to proceed on.
yeah.
Yes, sir.
So
Just to give a
should I
brief
start?
information
Should I
about.
start?
Yes, you can definitely start, sir. Thank you so much.
Okay, okay. Am I audible and visible?
Yes, sir. You are audible and visible. It
Okay,
seems you haven't shared the presentation yet.
okay. Yeah. A very good morning to one and all present over here.
Good
At the
morning, sir.
very outset, I want to thank organizers of this international conference, especially Ms. Pooja, for having me here, and also congratulate the whole organizing team of Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, precisely known as IFERP, for taking this initiative and hosting this second international conference on technological innovations in engineering and management. Right. So amid this pandemic, I believe this is an opportunity in disguise for all of you. Right. So today's session is designed for students, research scholars, and academicians, which will help them to know the technological innovations and also throw light on the various new trends in engineering and management. So at this time, it is important to stay up to date with the technology because we have seen a noticeable increase in the interest of learners towards innovations for the last 1 year, right? So year 2020 was full of challenges due to COVID-19, and still we are facing a very hard time for coming back to normal. But India as a country evidently proved that there is always an opportunity in the disguise. On 12th May 2020, when our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi gave a call for self-reliant India, Atam Nirbhar Bharat, the moment it opened new frontiers of the business. Fine. So we never made many products, whether it is N95 mask or it is PPE kits or many antiviral drugs. And today I can proudly say that India is exporting these products to more than 100 countries throughout the world, right? So I firmly believe that the deliberations of this conference will open new vistas for the researchers and help the industry in providing solution to many problems, right? So okay, let's kick start the session. I am sharing my screen. I hope my screen is visible to all of you.
Yes, sir. It's visible.
Okay. So today's session I have particularly designed for the researchers and academicians on the very beautiful topic emerging trends in management and engineering. Since I'm a student of management, sorry, I'm a student of management, so that's why I have not written engineering and management. Rather than I would first start with the management, then later on comes to engineering. Fine. The session will be focused on business environment and COVID-19 pandemic, changing management scenario, the prominent management trends in the COVID era, and lastly, I would discuss the emerging trends in engineering. Fine. So when I talk about the business environment during the pandemic, I would say the COVID-19 pandemic has not only abandoned society and inflicted tragic losses, it has also been a defining moment for the business, right? So the crisis has accelerated the use of modern technology, radically altered customer behavior, and short circuit business operations, and revised how employees get things done, right? So many of practices that have become commonplace during this time, online commerce and banking, remote working and healthcare, digital learning and entertainment will continue long after the crisis of this COVID-19 pandemic. So, in a recent survey of McKinsey and Company on more than 200 organizations across the industry, more than 90% of the executives said they expect the fallout from COVID 19 to fundamentally change the way they do business over the next 5 to 10 years to come, right? So it is also anticipated that the crisis will have a lasting impact on the needs of the customers. We always, we all can easily understand that today our needs and our comforts, and when I talk about the luxuries altogether change. Fine. So this is the pictorial diagram of the survey which was conducted by the McKinsey. And every pandemic bring new trends and helps the businesses to grow up by leaps and bounds, whether it is plague or world war or any other pandemic which we have faced in our past. And prioritizing innovation today is the key to unlocking this post crisis growth. So innovation is the key to success, which is the mantra for nowadays for the survival of the fittest. So when I talk about the prominent management trends in this COVID era, so there are many trends, but these are some of the renowned trends, right? So digital in transformation, online education or e-learning, reconfiguration of the supply chain, logistics, customer delight, and evolution of the traditional workspaces and remote teams are some of them are very important prominent trends of the management. So let us talk about the era of the digital transformation. So we all know that for the last 1 year, we have been practicing and we have been experiencing many new, kind of products and innovations happened in the market. So digital transformation is a business trend that has gained immense popularity over the last few months, or say in the last previous year particularly. Before the pandemic, while some businesses invested significant time, effort, and capital into digital transformation, and others were not too concerned about the digitalizing their offerings. Fine. So COVID-19 has forced the organizations across the world to take radical steps towards adopting new technologies and technological advancements to secure their business. Almost, many industries of the world, ranging from retail to healthcare, hospitality, education, they all need to transform their new business model to remain visible and viable. Fine. So companies can no longer enjoy the comfort of operating business as usual. Fine. If they will not, follow this innovation, if they will not contribute in this innovative industry, naturally they would become obsolete. So, in fact, even if an organization is ahead of their competitors today, they still have to be prepared to embrace uncertainty, take calculated risk, and keep abreast of the changing business trends and leverage the newest digital technologies, right? So failure to do so can disrupt their entire business model. And I already said that the survival of the fittest model will be implemented. So, and that's why In the post-COVID era, it will become a top priority and challenge for business and industry to accelerate digital transformation, staying up to date in changing times, and embracing innovation to create breakthrough value. So only then we will be able to meet the expectations of our customers, because customers who are living in the remote areas nowadays, even they people are their inclination of their minds towards the technology is motivating us to innovate more and more digital as well as technological products. So second one is the growth of online education system. Particularly when I talk about the teaching and learning, so we all are the from the teaching community, and for the last 1 year we have been facing lot of challenges. So when all the schools and all higher educational institutions are shut all across the world, right? So it is a big challenge for all of us how to inculcate the best teaching, best quality of the teaching through online mode, right? So COVID-19 pandemic didn't just affect businesses, it affected the education system too. Many schools and educational institutions just were not ready to take their classes online, causing a lot unprecedented chaos and confusion, right? So since I am the MOOC instructor also, and providing the MOOC course at SWAYAM platform, so I have been associated with e-learning for the last 7 years. So when this pandemic, in the beginning of the March, when the Prime Minister when Prime Minister announced the lockdown, so right from that day we didn't wait for the any new order of the government, and I started training my colleagues, right? So I trained my colleagues, and thereby we introduced the e-learning model in our university, and we have been following this model till date, and all the examinations even we conducted online and didn't wait anymore, right? And our students are also very satisfied that they could not lose much, and instead of waiting for the physical classes, we started online teaching. But many of the teachers, I conducted so many webinars all around the I would say world. So in many countries, and in India I have conducted around 52 webinars, right? So from various universities, even I conducted a webinar a couple of weeks back in some of the very renowned college of the Delhi University. When I come to know that even today the students and even our teaching fraternity, they are not able to match the standards of the online teaching. So that is a big challenge for all teaching community and all teaching fraternity. So while children were missing school, online education system became an emerging business trend, right? So educational institutions across the globe have started implementing different online teaching platforms to suit their requirement, right? So today, like we people are using the Zoom platform, and means in our university we are following the MS Teams. Fine. In Punjab University, they are following the Google Meet as well as free conference call, or some of the institutions they are following means Cisco WebEx. So there are many online platforms which we are using, and we have seen the evolution of these digital platforms. So however, because this is an entirely new concept to many, the assessment of assignments, online exams, and making students understand complex concepts is a new challenge to the horizon, right? I have discussed it a lot. So in response to this situation, pre-recorded videos with more options and animations are being used frequently, giving rise to learning management as well as learning management systems as well. So many there are many LMS models like WordPress or Moodle, Genomio, right? So people are using these models also in order to upload their passive videos. So I had first time worked with MHRD in the project EPG Pathshala in management in the year 2014, and first time when we made the team of around 175 professors all over India, and we started. I got the opportunity to coordinate this project, and when we started this project, we also faced many difficulties while recording the lectures, while getting the work done from the renowned faculty members from all over India. But nowadays, interactive solutions or interactive platforms, they are trying to solve these problems. So AgTech platforms such as Byju's and Vedantu, and that also they are also using IT tools to create an engaging and individualized learning experience is becoming the new normal and will continue to challenge the traditional education system, because many of the people, they still are talking about the classroom teaching method is the best method. Fine. So there are basically two models of the learning. One is push model of the learning, and the another one is pull model of the learning. So we have to decide whether we have to follow the push model of the learning, and we are bound to follow the pull model of the learning, right? So when you are getting the knowledge from only one source, that is the push model of the learning. But when you have the access of many resources, online means online teachers are available, online resources are available, online discussion forums are available, so you have to follow the pull model of learning. So in the words of Jishan Hayat, a founder and CEO of the Topper, since the lockdown we have seen a fourfold increase in the paid subscription. I have already discussed. So we also saw growth in our web traffic rising to more than 25 million sessions in May 2020, with an average of 800K sessions per day. So you can imagine how tremendous growth we have seen in the online teaching learning model. So next, I would talk about the reconfiguration of the supply chains. So, in the recent past, China has emerged as the undefeated hub of global supply. Fine, and then came the pandemic. So the disruption created by the COVID-19 was unlike anything the new world had ever seen. Nobody was prepared for the China to go completely off the grid and shut down every one of its external logistical connections. And that's why global businesses have no choice but to reconfigure their supply chains. So I have already discussed with you that N95 mask or PPE kit, we never made PPE kits. And if you have come across this news in the beginning of the lockdown, that the first consignment which we ordered to the China, so that was not up to our standards, and we returned that consignment. Fine. So ultimately, Prime Minister Narendra Modi gave a call for Atmanirbhar Bharat, and they, infused the industry to make the new innovative products, and then immediately we started towards the inclining towards the innovations, and that's why global businesses have no choice but to reconfigure their supply chains. So it is anticipated that based on the business trends, the supply chains will fragment further with technology in the times to come. And supply chains will take on a more multi-tier approach, and this will also open the new ways to communicate and engage with the customers, manage inventories and logistics, manage capital, production, and distribution. So next one is the customer delight. So earlier we used to say that the product and services which satisfy the needs of the customers, we were highly, it was highly a kind of motivation for us. And when your customers are satisfied, they repeat the demand. The organizations and the industries, they were quite okay. But now the time, the time is changed and changing rapidly, very fast. So basically, customer perception or customer satisfaction is the perception of the customer which the vendor achieves by meeting the customer's expectations fully, efficiently, and promptly. So, but customer delight is surprising a customer by exceeding his expectations and thus creating a positive emotional reaction. And this emotional reaction leads to word of mouth. In many retail sites, I have been experiencing, and many more of you, they have experienced that, like the retail sites from Amazon or Flipkart or many other sites, when you buy some product, right? So what you will experience, these sites, they are not only means giving you the products economical as compared to the market, but they are offering you many more new services and schemes. They are giving you the credit card percentage discount, percentage discount, and they are offering you many exchange offers. You can exchange your old products and get the very higher price from them. And not only this, when the product reached you, it ultimately, when you compare its cost with the cost of the product in the market, you will really feel enjoy, and the quality of the product is the same as it is available in the market. So you will not only be satisfied, but you will be delighted, and you will visit more and more again. And that is the strategy of these retail companies, and how surprisingly and how effectively they are reading the minds of their customers. So this is about the customer delight, right? So evolution of the traditional workspaces and remote teams. So a huge chunk of global businesses are encouraging their employees to work from home, right? Work from home is nowadays very common word which we are discussing on this platform. And even post COVID-19, it would be very effective. Many tech companies, they have already announced that they will follow this work from home mantra up to 2022, right? So before the pandemic, though some companies offered work from home facility, the majority were not ready for this sudden shift. During the pandemic, many small businesses shifted to part-time or full-time remote work schedules in response to the local ordinances, right? So nowadays, again, we are facing the same kind of restrictions as the number of cases are increasing, for the last 1 month. So according to survey by Intermedia, 57% of small to medium-sized business owners said they will continue to offer remote work options in the long term. And the workplace will no longer be simply an office where people come to each day and leave to go home each night, right? So that will not be a that infrastructure, huge infrastructure, rather I would say, which you have created as a workspace. Nowadays, that workspace has been changed. Increasingly, workplaces will become collaboration hubs to achieve common objectives compared to just providing a place for people to work. And unnecessary overhead costs such as travel will be cut back, leaving no option but to enforce virtual interactions, replacing physical face-to-face meetings. Like today, that we are discussing the trends of the engineering and management at one common place, and we all people are from the different geographical areas and from the different diversity. So it could be possible only because of the digital transformation, right? So these practices will be, common in the times to come, and naturally there are many kind of costs which are reducing by opting these trends, because when we are using the digital platforms, the travel cost is cutting, the cost of many other things, logistics are cutting, everybody is appreciating these kind of things. So there are some other trends in the business management like telemedicine, which is very popular and very, very, common nowadays and getting kick in the times to come. And virtual business solutions, virtual services, on-demand workforce, mobile commerce, employee engagement are some of the, trends which we are expecting in the times to come. So due to the constraints of time, I'm not touching in deep and diving deep into this, right? So moving towards the next one. So now I would try to discuss about the trends in engineering. So business and engineering are tightly interrelated, and to a decent point, each and every company is a technology company. So, in running day to day operations, most organizations rely on digital technologies. So, therefore, to stay competitive on the marketplace, companies should integrate the emerging engineering technologies with their business strategies and outline which technologies can be a source of business innovation. Because since we are talking about the innovation, so we have to explore various unexplored areas in order to in order to think out of the box and find new things, creating new product and services, and new ideas we will think. So this pandemic is the biggest catalyst for digital transformation, which will significantly intensify many big developments that are already well underway before the pandemic. So next one is a cyber security. So I personally have observed that for the last 1 year, people are trying to befool the others, and they are following many gimmicks how to means they can withdraw money from your bank accounts, and they can manipulate your personal documents. So that is why there is a need to accelerate the growth in the field of cyber security. So cyber security is one of the vital technologies for organizations, especially whose business processes are based on data driven technologies. And much more attention is being paid to privacy and data protection, since the European Union's General Data Protection Regulations, which is commonly known as GDRP, and has been signed, and recently CCPA, California Consumer Privacy Act in California, right? So during the lockdown, when thousands of people are forced to work remotely, volumes of the private data may become totally vulnerable, or at least not protected in a proper way. So, couple of months back, when people talk about some privacy issue in the WhatsApp also, so they were migrating from the WhatsApp to some other social network media, right? So then WhatsApp even they means issued the statement that we are not touching your privacy, and your privacy become always the first preference for all of us. And people were moving from WhatsApp to Signal or Telegram and so many other social network sites. So this emerging challenge may give another incentive to the implementation of the cyber security practices. So cyber criminals, that is the appropriate word which I was using. So cyber criminals took advantage of the fear factor of this virus to send their own viruses like fake domains of COVID-19. I am really amazed that I'm really surprised that people have created the fake domains, fake websites, and manipulating the many innocent people, innocent researchers, innocent businessmen, right? So phishing emails promising virus protection kits, and even info about cancelled summer Olympic games. So I have received, many times that you have won this award of means this much amount, and you have been selected or nominated for the award of best educationist or something else, blah blah blah. So I never, got excited to receive these kind of phishing mails. So you must be aware of about it and react accordingly. So in addition, there is an increase in the ransomware attacks on health institutions and even hacking of research centers to steal any information about possible vaccine of the COVID-19. So another trend in this line is cloud computing. So as you know that by that, with the passage of the time, sometime, when we were using these pen drives, so 2 GB, then we got 4 GB, then we got 8 GB, then we got 16 GB. So people having the 16 GB pen drive, they were really feeling, kind of proudness that I'm carrying the data at my in my pocket. Fine. But nowadays, when you buy the phone, even the companies, they understood this funda that sometime when they were making the phones with very, high volume of the GBs, like 512 GB or 256 GB, sometimes the space for many people, it was not sufficient. That is why they offered the means the memory cards on the in the mobile phones. And then people started using, like for singing the songs, you are using the Spotify or Ghana or Wink or Amazon Music or many other, kind of stuff, right? So good thing is now people are not, using the I mean the hard disk of the mobile phones, right? So if when earlier when we bought the phone, immediately we shifted some data, and especially the songs and videos. So ultimately the storage of your phone immediately filled. But now all these things are on the cloud, right? So cloud is such a wonderful thing. Means most of the people nowadays, they are using the Google Drive or many other, cloud storage, sites, and majority of the companies are nowadays using the crucial aspect of cloud computing. So now it is very easy to save big data, which is accessible from anywhere around the globe. You need not to carry your hard disk or your pen drives now, right? And fortunately, cloud companies are weathering the pandemic stress test caused by the sudden spike in the workloads and waves of new inexperienced users. So Microsoft, renowned company of the world, it reports a 775% spike in cloud services demand from COVID-19. Right? In post COVID-19 world, cloud technology is likely to receive a surge in implementation across all types of apps. As the virus spread, people were forced to work from home, right? As we were talking earlier, and online learning models were implemented. The demand for cloud based video conferencing and teaching has skyrocketed. Fine. So various cloud services vendors have actively upgraded their functions and provided resources to meet this demand. Moving forward, businesses and educational institutions are likely to continue to make use of this technology. So as demand for this technology continues to grow, implementation of this technology into mobile applications for easier access will be the key for the cloud. The sky is the limit. Fine. So next one is AI. AI is very, famous nowadays, right? So even the companies, they are using AI technology for capturing the pictures in the night mode, right? So every company, and nowadays today is the era of the 5G. So many companies are following the 3D printing and following the AI technology, in many electronic products. So artificial intelligence is the simulation of the human intelligence processes by machines, especially the computer system. So AI enable a computer to behave just like a human birth. Fine. AI technologies are using by 77% of consumers and develop new applications daily. A number of technological innovations such as data processing, face and speech recognition have become possible only because of the AI. So according to PricewaterhouseCoopers Analytics, one of the leading consultancy company, by 2030, AI products will contribute more than 15.7 trillion to the global economy. And under conditions of COVID-19, AI had contributed to the forecasting of consumers' wishes, which became hardly predictable, and to help businesses to organize have effective logistics. So AI may be included to long lasting trends due to its efficiency, amazing speed and accuracy, less inclined to make errors in comparison with the human, as well as the ability to work 24 by 7 in dangerous and risky situations. So it has also some threats such as cost restrictions because of the code limits and machine dependency. So last one in this category is IoT. So Internet of Things. So Internet of Things or IoT refers to the billions of physical devices around the world that are now connected to the internet, all collecting and sharing data. So the proliferation of smart devices that are connected to the internet has been immense, and post COVID-19, there will be a bigger growth in these devices as a result of social distancing norms. And people using smart devices are using smart homes, smart TVs, smart electronic components, etc. Because nowadays, even you know uh, we used to say this is the smart class, this is the smart board, and these are the smartphones. Even the phones which are having the cost of only 5,000, these are the smartphones. So how beautifully IoTs are working on the ground. And IoT will also allow us to predict and treat people's health problems, which is very crucial during this pandemic, even before any symptom appear, with smart medical instruments. So to smart people who are health conscious, it can also tell whether the food is safe or not. Fine. So lastly, I would like to say something on E of the thing, because these are the emerging trends of engineering and management. So E is the letter which is contributing more. So the theme of the conference is emerging trends in management and engineering, which contains one common word, that is E. So similarly, the words management, business, international trade, strategic marketing, entrepreneurship, etc., are incomplete without E, right? So, but in this modern world of emails, e-ticket, e-paper, e-recharge, e-transfer, e-governance, and e-commerce, never forget, I'm a God-fearing person, so that is why I have stress on the word E for Ishwar, God, who makes everything easy for everyone every day. And E represent empathy, right? So when we talk about the empathy, because COVID-19 has brought teachable moments for us, for all of us, that we need to be more understanding, to have more empathy, and especially critical element at challenging time like this. And organizations have now adopted empathy as a core leadership behavior, as it has been noticed that a leader who can empathize with employees personal situations will emerge from this situation stronger and better than before. So E represented effective communication, right? So it is widely acknowledged that communication in this crisis is vital, and this unprecedented global situation continues to throw unique challenges to those leading the communication efforts. So effective communication is a must to keep people safe, healthy, well informed, motivated, and productive. So, when we talk about E, it represents existence also. And the world has been fighting against the coronavirus for the past few months, right? And the lockdown had brought life to stand still. But while staying at home, everyone got the opportunity to spend time with their families. And however, the frontliners like doctors, nurses, medical practitioners, delivery drivers, supermarket employees, and other essential workers put their lives in risk and working uh, around the clock with a little rest. So I will call them heroes who are working diligently day and night for our existence. So E is important for teamwork, right? So I'm skipping this. And E is the beginning of equality. The lethal COVID 19 virus infecting discriminately reminds us of the principle of equality, and it infects people from all classes, not from any particular class. And this pandemic situation has shown us that we all are the same, regardless of our religion, culture, custom, whether we are poor or rich. So hence go with E, fine, but without ego. So that is the end of my session. Thank you so much for giving me the opportunity and sharing my views.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much, Vishal Kumar sir, for your valuable and gracious presentation. So next, I would like to call our valuable eminent speaker, Dr. Hamid Saremi. So currently he is working as the President Chancellor of Asrar Higher Education Institute, Mashhad, Iran. He is MCommerce Cost Accounting, PhD Commerce in Financial Management, and he has a 31 years of teaching experience as faculty in Commerce and Management with the specialization of Accounting and Finance. Dr. Hamid Saremi, sir, you can present with your presentation, and good morning to you, sir. So, Dr. Hamid, sir, can you hear me?
Are you hearing me?
Yes,
Are you
sir.
hearing me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay.
Good morning. You
Okay.
can
Good
start presenting.
morning to everybody.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, everybody. I'm here while thanking all of the organizers of this valuable conference, Ms. Pooja and others. I am really glad to attend in such valuable event and have an opportunity to be among you nice and kind people from my beloved India. So as a topic is regarding innovation and management technologies. So I am going to share my PPT. I can share it. So let me share.
Sir, Dr. Hamid Saremi, sir. Hamid Saremi, sir. Am I audible? Sir, can you hear us?
Shriniketh, may I leave now?
Yes, you can, sir.
Okay, okay. So best wishes for the conference once
Thank you
again.
so much. Thank you so much, sir. Meanwhile, I'm trying to reach Dr. Hamid Sadimi, sir, for his valuable presentation. Please, everyone, cooperate with us for a minute so that I'll reach out to him right away. Sir, Dr. Hamid Sadimi, sir, can you hear us? Sir, Hamid Sadimi, sir, can you hear us? Sir, can you hear us? Sir, Dr. Hamid Sadimi? I'm so sorry, sir, we cannot hear you. I'm really sorry, sir. Your voice is very low. You are unmute, but it's not visible. It's not audible to us. Sir, Dr. Hamid Saremi, can you hear me?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes,
Am
you
I
can
audible
start
to you?
presenting. Yes, sir, you're audible. You can start presenting, please.
Okay. Okay. Very good morning to everybody. Sorry for some technical problem. So I hope you will excuse me. So let me go to start with this. This critical time of fighting coronavirus for people and you nice and kind people from India, my beloved country and home. I pray for the SPT control and victory over this virus. I wish SPT recovery to those who are ill. I offer my condolence to the families of the number of the people around the world, especially the people of India, on the date of Corona, and wish them patience and good health. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am while thanking Dr. Kanchan Sao, Honorable Project Coordinator, IFERP, and Dr. Madam Pooja, Percussion Scientific Relation, IFERP, Membership Department, and other organizers of this valuable event that I am sure and believe their effort will have a good result. I wish them a successful future. I also give a great thanks to Dr. Kanchan Sao for inviting me to attend this conference and let me have this golden opportunity to be among you and with you nice and kind people and share my experience and opinion regarding this serious situation. My dear audience and guests, the coronavirus turns the boat and takes its toll. Every day, a number of people have died. I ask God to grant God's mercy to their patients, attention of poor families of the decade, as well as for the healing of the sick. Please pay close attention to your health and health of your family and deal with the coronavirus and take health advice seriously. No, in such a situation, anyhow, we should know the life is in process and active, and we should not lose our hope. So let me come to the point and talk about innovation management technology challenges. One of the most difficult challenges facing managers today in an innovative, civilized world is managing a variety of techniques that lead to sustainable competence in the area of science and technology and business environment. Effective management will occur when a wide range of organization elements and activities are fully integrated with normal cost and time. This integration requires powerful and logical tool and technique in dynamic environments. Today, knowledge is mentioned as the stimulus and driver of the economy. Knowledge has now become a commodity and resource that can be packaged and then move. The purpose of this discussion is to provide a comprehensive review of the scope, trends, and major actors, that is, companies, organizations, government, councils, and academic members that have a role to play in the development and application of new management practices in the knowledge-driven economy. Here we want to discuss and introduce the main technique of innovation management that use knowledge management to promote companies in a competitive way. This discussion especially address those key innovation management techniques in which knowledge is part of innovation process. The result of the questionnaire study conducted in Europe showed that knowledge stimulates economic influence, innovation process, and approaches. In the traditional thinking, this innovation is based on study, technology, orient theory, and interaction between companies and other actors is replaced by social network theory in the field of innovation, in which knowledge play a key role in the encouraging innovation. At the same time, provide the public organizations have taken the lead in the developing the methodology and tools needed to support business innovation management, higher education and institution, business schools, and consulting firm all strive to develop new and appropriate methodologies and tools, while government officials try to design and create educational opportunity and training project that aim separate the best partners among all type of business. Innovation is a key concept that today referred to as the axis of the business achievement. In the 21st century, organizations, large and small, have re-evaluated their product, services, and operation to create a culture of innovation. The reviewing of the organizational goal is done because fostering a culture of innovation within the organization is the best guarantee that organization can survive the environment where its markets are evolving rapidly. Also, fostering a culture of innovation is the best guarantee, though nothing is guaranteed for the long-term survival and sustainability of today's knowledge-driven economy. Many economic and social researchers have taken the lead in the advancing the concept of the knowledge-based economy, predicting the destruction of the culture, industrial production, new trend and type of economy data have supported idea of knowledge as a source. Drucker later coined the concept of scientists in 1969. In addition, knowledge economics is the stimulus for a new idea based on the long-term evaluation of the previous concepts such as knowledge, scientific, economic, and so on. In the mid 1990s, the concept knowledge stimulates economy referred to at least two features of the new economy. First, that importance of knowledge, both quantitatively and qualitatively, was greater than ever. Second, information and communication technology are drivers of the new economy. It can be said that knowledge economy is based on the efficient system of distribution and access to knowledge as a prerequisite for the interesting the opportunity for innovation. In 1996, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD, defined knowledge-based economy as the economy that are directly based on the production, distribution, and use of knowledge and information. In connection with the issue, two theory emerged to link knowledge and innovation management. One of them is Drucker, who follow Taylor and says innovation management involves the application of knowledge when scientists work within the clear and defined range. In other theory, which belong to frozen and structural, is create a more organic organizational environment and more flexible structure in which creativity is encouraged by reducing bureaucracy. The growing importance of knowledge is changing the way companies compete, the basis for the relative superiority between countries. For the countries that permanent in the global economy, the balance between knowledge and tangible and objective resource has long been out of shape, and knowledge has become the most important factor in determining the standard of living. Today, the most technologically advanced economic are those that are truly knowledge-based. Major changes related to the importance of knowledge as the driver of the economy are: first, increasingly knowledge is referred to a commodity. This product is packaged, bought, and sold in the unprecedented way. Second, advance in the information and communication technology have reduced the cost of various aspects of the knowledge, such as the collection and transfer of knowledge. Third, the connection between knowledge factor has increased dramatically. Knowledge and innovation management, innovation technique. What is innovation? Schupper first defined the concept of innovation in 1934. He linked innovation to economic development and introduced its new combinations of the wealth generating resources. His work included 5 specific terms: introducing new product, new method of production, identifying new market, capturing new sources of raw material and new facilities, and method of organizing trade. Since then, and in the recent decade, the concept of innovation has undergone many changes. In 1950, in separate research by researchers, this concept was considered as a separate and discontinuous development. Today, the concept of innovation is no longer adopted from a specific result of individual research, but it is more defined based on following. A, first, a person, or more precisely, a problem-solving process, an interactive process in the company's relationship with different actors. Third, a diverse learning process. The learning can come from the variety of topics: learning by use, learning by doing, or learning by sharing. Fourth, the process that involves the exchange of explicit and implicit knowledge. Fifth, the recall learning and exchange process in which the independent of the actors creates an innovative system or form of innovation. The impact of knowledge on innovation management. The growing importance of knowledge as a driver of economy has a significant impact on innovation management, which is the key factor in national and international competition in the knowledge-driven gold economy. The presence and the involvement of knowledge in the field of innovation is achieved to some context by reducing transaction costs between companies and other actors. Innovation management challenge in today's economic growth should basically be done by increasing efficiently of knowledge work, and increasing this efficiency is the most important thing that management can do. The most important asset of the company in the 21st century are knowledgeable human resource and their efficiency. whether organization be just service company or manufacturer with a highly knowledge-based organizations, superior technology should manage their innovation technologies to increase the efficiency extent of knowledge. New stimulate knowledge economy can be classified into following group. New stimulate can be classified into following group. First, new market feature. The market is the constantly changing. That this means the market is becoming more global and competitors are merging. In addition, technologies are becoming more sophistical. The produce cycle, product useful life is shrinking and reducing, and the position of the knowledge as a fundamental material is becoming stronger every day. All new features of the market need to increase competition from the company. Second, new type of innovation. Innovation takes various forms. We can mention technological innovation, innovation in business model, and new way of organizing work, innovation in design or marketing. Innovation can be in the finding new application or new market from existing goods and services. Third, new need of shareholders, customers, stock market owners increasingly equate the value of the organization with the ability of organization to deliver profitable and superior goods to the destination market at the right time. Fourth, new approach to innovation, innovation management in passes all the key areas that need to be controlled to produce appropriate goods and service. The company's capacity to implement innovations management depends on that company's success in meeting two major challenges. First, profit growth. Second, revenue efficiency. Fifth, new skill technology innovation. The rapid advancement of new technologies has led companies to evaluate and use more appropriate technologies to maintain their competitive position. Sixth, the need for the new tool for innovation management. The development of knowledge-based innovation management need capacity in which technical and communication tools can be used. Technical tool refers to acquisition and use of new information and communication technology. These tools do not create an advantage in competitive situation because they are easily available to everybody. Creating superiority in a competitive situation is done by relying on the communication tools. Communication tools include how to do business both inside and outside the company. Innovation management technique. Considering the mentioned observations, there is the deep connection between innovation management and knowledge management. In 1968, Compos and others defined the implementation of knowledge management for innovation as a directly involved in the development and application of knowledge. In innovation management, there are a wide range of market-related techniques. Here, we focus on this technique, those techniques that meet the following parameters. First, well-developed techniques are standardized and have well-used system method. In other words, the method of using and profitability of these techniques are usually known in the market. Second, technique that focus on knowledge as the most important factor of profitability and aiming to important the competitive position of companies. Companies use a variety of tools and techniques to practice their day-to-day management. In this study, only techniques that consider knowledge as part of the innovation process were studied. Techniques that are fairly available on the market and have not been licensed, copyrighted. In this discussion, the main actors were considered as individuals and groups that have an important role in developing and promoting methodologies and stringent innovation management in knowledge stimulates economy. This definition is a key player, is closely related to the final paradox delivered by the companies in cohesion in determining the key actors in the knowledge stimulus economy. Knowledge management or knowledge alone is considered as the main commodity distributed or sold by these actors. The role of each actor in the innovation management. In this discussion, the main actors were considered as individual and group and important role develop or promoting methodology and innovation management and in the knowledge. This group played important role in the knowledge management industry. They also interact with each other, for example, consulting firm work with the academic institution and business school to develop the management model. On average, new or improved goods and services introduced in the last 2 years accounted for approximately 20% of the cooperative transactions. Overall, 2 out of 3 companies have introduced new goods and services in the last 2 years. Initiative efforts have been equally focused on the organizational change, new goods and new process. There is a consensus among the manager and predators indicating that they see innovation more as a general strategy than as an improvement in the specific area. Business technology innovation that are changing management method, technology changing of the board. We know from the medicine to industry to military, technological application are taking over, barring any earth shattering events. Technology seems like to it is here to stay. It is humankind's effort to make the board function with efficiency. One of the areas most affected in the business technology has almost completely transformed the business landscape. And of today, small business practically are taking advantage of technology called innovation at affordable prices. 5 technological innovation changing a small business. A small business from the backbone of the American economy. Entrepreneurship is part of the American dream. The ability to achieve success from is appealing, using nothing but your wit, determination, and hard work to do so in the almost romantic concept. Luckily, technology is making life as easier for a small business and entrepreneur. It, it is helping them to realize their versions of the American dream. The slide toward the innovation began early over since the internet because become available to the public in early 9. Over the years, technological innovation have come and gone, but some of them have stuck around these 5 technological are helping some business achieve success. These 5 tools are first management reporting system, virtual reality, virtual assistants, 3D printer, remote collaboration. All these are the tools of the new innovation. This discussion showed that the correct use of innovation management technique increase the capability of the company in introducing appropriate technological in the field of good and process, facilitating the necessary change in the organization. Um, the growing importance of knowledge as a factor of the production and determine future is the innovations can be explained by the constant communication accumulations of the technical knowledge over time and by use of communication innovation technologies that have made knowledge rapidly available around the world. These techniques can be considered as a set of tools, techniques, and methodology that support the innovation process in the company and help them in the systematic way to overcome new market challenges. At the end, in the end, while giving my thanks to all of you, dear ones, let us pray together to pray to God Almighty to restore and return and grant health, happiness, prosperity, and peace to all of the people in the world of a nation. Thank you very much, and thank you for bearing me.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much for your valuable presentation. We are so glad. And I would like to call our next keynote speaker, Pastor Achilles Jr. So he's a Dean of the College of Computer Studies at University of Perpetual Health System Data in Philippines. 20 years successful ICT lecturing experience and 12 years of them as an effective educational manager and administrator with a reputation for creative academic policies, curriculum designs, passionate instructions, and an excellent classroom management skill. An entrepreneur, individual, experienced software engineer with passionate skills in database management system, an IT consultant with respected background in business analysis and development, enthusiastic individual successfully organized and tied up in different IT related organizations and deeply committed to highly quality education for students. Dr. Pastor, sir, I would like to proceed with your valuable presentation.
Okay, good afternoon here
Good afternoon, sir.
in the Philippines. Thank you for a wonderful introduction, Dr. Chinet. And before I proceed with my presentation, I would like to congratulate IFERP for this very successful endeavor in terms of research conference. And of course, to you, Professor Kanchana Sahu, the project coordinator of IFERP, thank you for the invitation. Of course, before I proceed, let me just share with you the presentation material that I have here with me. Kindly tell me if you can virtually see my material.
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. Can you see it now, the slides?
Yes, it's visible, sir.
Okay, so let me proceed. Uh, the presentation that I have with me is all about hard computing and the research output of this hard computing is about an object detecting CCTV using artificial intelligence system. So I am Professor Pastor Arguelles Jr. from the Philippines. So the presentation outline that I have here talks about two major topics or components: the hard computing of software development process, and of course the object detecting CCTV using artificial intelligence system. So the software development process is also known as a software development methodology or model in a life cycle framework that is used to actually structure the plan and even control the process of developing any kind of information systems. And those who are in that particular business could really understand on how a wide variety of such frameworks has evolved in particular different strengths and weaknesses. There are several different approaches to software development process. Some take more structured, engineering-based approach to develop business solutions, and whereas others may take some incremental approach. Yeah, maybe somebody is. Sir, can you mute your microphone, please? Thank you. So most methodologies share some combination of some, of course, stages of software development. It always starts from analyzing the problem that could work with market research and gathering some important proposed requirements in the solution. And it also divides the design in terms of software-based solution and in particular to software testing, to deployment, and even to maintenance. So there are some activities that we have to work with the software development activities. First is the identification of need. So this identification of need is particularly with ideas of software products that are usually first evaluated by a marketing personnel in any form of organization. So it fits actually with the decision that reached early in terms of first phase of the software development process. Second would be the planning, the planning phase or stage. Planning is basically an objective of each of every activity here, where we want to discover things that belong to this project. And an important task in creating a software program is extracting exactly the requirements or analysis of the requirements. So customers typically have an abstract idea of what they want to see the result of, do not know what the software should like do or look like. And skilled and experienced software engineers might be able to recognize incomplete and ambiguous in our contradictory requirements of this particular point. And frequently, the codes would like to help reduce the risk that most likely the requirements are incorrect. So in that particular planning, it could be triggered. And in terms of designing, the software design and systems design, once the requirements are actually established, the design of the software can be established too in a software design document. And this actually involves the preliminary or high-level design in terms of overall picture, such as some block diagrams, the data flow diagram. It can also be used the UCD, the ERD, and a lot of things that are in particular to software designing. Why? Because this is exactly the blueprint of the newly constructed technology or code or program. And in terms of the software designing and testing, rather, it works on the integral and uh, important phase of the software development process. So it ensures that defects are recognized as soon as possible. Defects and exactly the bugs are test-driven, applied or even tested or even recognized in terms of the development, and the test may be developed just before the implementation to serve as a guide for the implementation of correct measurement of testing, coding, and documenting it. So the documentation of internal design software, the purpose of future maintenance should be able to work on the development side. This may also include writing some API or even internal and external, and development also using some models or methodologies that are working in place, and even some IDE in terms of development. So these are very important in terms of documenting it. Now, in terms of deployment and maintenance, deployment starts directly after the code is appropriately tested, and securing that all the deliverables or functionalities are working very well. This may involve, of course, the installation, customization, such as setting of different parameters to the customer's values and requirements. These are in relation to testing and possibly an extended period of evaluation. And part of the maintenance and deployment is that you have to have the software training support. Why? It is important as a software is only effective if it is correctly used or used correctly. And in terms of maintaining and enhancing the software to cope up with newly results, discovered faults, it could be way of reported. It could be a way in terms of reporting some issues and to keep the software running. Now, these are the models that we would like to emphasize. Would work with the data modeling, the business process, the CAI or computer-aided software engineering, the integrated development environment, some modeling language, the programming paradigm shift, and the reuse of solutions. Now, let's talk about the agile development or the four software development methodologies. These are the four methodologies that nowadays are very brilliant to use and very effective to use. Not only by the non-professional developers, but of course into a professional development organization too. I've been there, so that's why one of the important factors that might be considered in terms of project management by using the Scrum approach would be on how the company could be able to sustain a good management of costing. And agile development methodology is one of those. Why? Because in terms of agile methodology, the purpose of this particular method is that we have to work in a way of minimizing the risk, such as bugs, of course, cost overruns, changing requirements when adding some new functionality. Well, the pros of agile development methodology is that it allows software to be released in iterations. And when you say iterations, it releases improved efficiency by allowing teams to find and fix defects and align expectations early on. And they allow users to realize software benefits earlier, and the frequent incremental movements or improvements may follow. The only problem or cons that might arise is that it rely on real-time communications of your particular client. And Sonia users often lack of documentation to get up to speed. And to require a huge time of commitment from the labor intensive, because developers must fully complete each step in terms of featuring within each iteration for use approval. And agile development, rather in agile development, yes, the large organizations like the programmers, the managers, and organizations customized to the waterfall method have difficulty adjusting to agile SDLC. It requires what? It requires hybrid approach. When you say hybrid approach, it requires speed time. And it requires, of course, similar to RAD, rapid application development, which I am going to discuss later. It focuses on the speed. It focuses on time management. And next would be the DevOps. The DevOps It has, of course, 4 stages: the plan, deploy, operate, and the monitor. It works on the improvements of time to market, and it lowering the failure rate, new releases, shortening the time fixes, disruption, while making some reliability action. So the cons would be some customers don't want continuous updates. Why? Because some of the, we all know that not all or people inside the organization is technical people or technology based oriented people. So therefore, when you put the DevOps, maybe some or many of the members of the organization could not require extensive part of the testing before a project can move to the operations phase. So it will be a problem. But whenever it is identified that many of the organization members of the organization is on the technicality or have the orientation on the technology, therefore it will be definitely easy for the developers team that to deploy or to make some application to DevOps development or to apply DevOps deployment. Now, the waterfall, it is the traditional way. Even in the classroom, it is being taught, it is being used by the student. No, well, what's waterfall? It has 5 stages. So it has what we call some quality attributes to human interaction, which allows down to delivery pipeline. So meaning these are the arrow lines that work, that you have to be, you have to finish the each stage 100% before you proceed to the next stage, because there's no turning back, as you can see here. So therefore, it should be scrutinized well, should be studied well, should be planned well, should be designed well, because in this way, the waterfall development method is often slow and costly due to its rigid structure and tight controls. Therefore, the advantage of the waterfall is that it, in terms of linear in nature, waterfall development method makes it easy to understand and manage, because the deliverables are all there and signifies whether if it is yes or no, signifies if it's 100% done or not. If it is being tested or run to quality assurance department, it will determine whether if it is already 100 or not. So if it is not 100%, you cannot proceed to the next stage. So that is waterfall. And as I mentioned a while ago, the rapid application development, similar to agile method, it needs, of course, rapid or speed constructions in terms of requirements planning, users design, of course, construction and cutover. Because rapid application development is most effective for projects with a well-defined business objective. The only thing that you have to understand when you use this is you need people who have expertise in the line of project. Why? Because you need time to be cut over. So if the project will last for about 3 months, you have to hire people who are experts to that so that you can beat 3 months. So that's rapid application development. Now, let's proceed to the topic, the heart of the topic, which is exactly the object detecting CCTV using artificial intelligence system. So this project is hard computing because we developed or constructed it using some algorithmic technology or functions or approach. Now, let me discuss on the input process output on how it works. The input, so the researchers or the developers use a camera module connected to a Raspberry Pi with the video footage acting as the inputs of the system. This is it. And the device is then placed at the entrance of the establishments, like, for example, university or your office organization, that provides a clear, unobstructed view of approaching vehicles. So this is for the security purpose. So this is important since the camera modules has no autofocus capability. Now the process would look like the gathered footage of the camera will then be sent to the main server and through a local area network. So the main server will then run the license plate of the car, then detection model on the video footage, and then will check the license plate if each frame works properly. And after processing, the detected license plate is segmented and processed by the optical character recognition model. And after that, the GUI interface or the graphical user interface displays the license plate number, the date and time where the license plate is scanned. And every scanned license plate will determine if the car or cars are registered in that particular establishment. Now, this output that has two lights, no, green and red, that looks like the same function of a traffic light, is about a system that a system that has two outputs. So the footage of the camera will be streamed to the personal computer, and wherein the license plate detection process will run. So once a license plate is detected, it will determine if they are registered or not. So that's the significant thing there. Checking, determining if the car is not registered. And if it is not registered, they are not authorized to get into the premise of that office or building. So the other output is where the system will notify the security officers using LED indicator, which is red or green, which could either be they indicate if the detected plate is registered, or color red that indicates if the license plate is not registered. So we use here agile software development approach, and it provides the flexibility needed to the computer in terms of completing the software or the project itself. Now, the process of centroid tracking algorithm, which is the algorithm that I have mentioned a while ago, it works on registering the bounding box coordinates to compute their centroids. So it detects bounding boxes for an object to a list of assigning unique identification number to them. And another list keeps track registered bounding boxes that are not detected in the current frame. And next is the calculation of distance between new bounding boxes and existing boxes. So the researchers here works with this particular programming using Python programming. The next process is update X and Y coordinates of the existing boxes, and of course, register new boxes, remove boxes that are no longer in the frame. So that's how the process of the centroid tracking algorithm works. So uh, if a bounding box is not actually updated in the next frame, its counter in the list of disappeared frames is increased. And after a set amount of frames, it is removed from the list and it is being or deregistered for that matter. Now, the system configuration exactly works on the GPR and work with the management software TCP/IP, and this is how the blueprint or the conceptual framework works on the system configuration of Smartcom ALPR system. Now, this is the setup camera for video recording. The server location is here inside the security office, no? And the Raspberry Pi cameras is on the barrier, located, the barrier post. And even the LED bulb placement works here, so that whenever the car comes into the on the premise of the organization or at the gate of the company, it will be detected and detected and recognized whether if it is registered or not. Of course, there is a system process, policies and procedures governing that. If it is detected red, they will be provided some process for them to be able to be registered. And of course, the implementation design, and at the same time, the prototype. This is the implementation design and the prototype of the project. Now, so the reliability of the object detecting CCTV using intelligence system with real-time analysis is that in this particular table, it shows that the total detection counts or number of images detected during the training, the total count is 1,007 to be exact. And the average precision of license plate detection is 99.89%, which means that the license detection is highly reliable. And the precision is 99%. Intersection over union is 86.54%. So the conclusion works on the average precision and exactly the precision. So this is exactly the precision of the license plate recognition model. I think that's all. If you have some comments or questions, thank you. You may have you may do that, or you may raise the question. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a very good presentation. What is the difference between detection and tracking in computer vision?
So, Pastor, sir?
Yes, yes, sir.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
So it's Dr. S. Balakrishna, one of our session chairs. So he just wants to ask you a few queries related to the presentation. Shall we proceed, sir? So can you
I
hear
have
us?
some problem on my audio, so can you please?
Yes, Dr. S. Balakrishnan, one of our session chair, he is requesting you to proceed with some queries. So he will ask now. That is what, sir. Mr. Dr. Balakrishnan, sir, you can proceed.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a very good presentation. Actually, the question is, what is the difference between detection and tracking in computer vision?
Can you? I'm sorry, but I didn't get the question very well. Can you also, sir, if you won't mind, can you please also type it on the chat box so that I
Yeah,
can?
sure.
Yeah.
Yes,
Please,
sir.
thank you.
Yes, he's chatting on the type box. Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, so the question is the difference of detection and tracking in terms of computer vision. Now, the detection of using the tracking algorithm, the system works on detecting whether if the plate number is recognized or registered in the system. So if the system says that it works with, for example, red or green, and the green, the barrier will work and open, and the car will proceed. So it's being detected that and recognized that the car or the plate number is registered and not. Now the tracking would be able to show something that connects with continuity, no, continuity in the form that whenever you go one place to another, you are being tracked, you are being recognized, you are being uh, uh, real in real time objective, you are being monitored at the same time. So which means that the tracking is a real time, right? Unlike the detection, once the system works on, then the application works with you with the target entity, it will work only on that particular period of time. Unlike tracking, it has a real-time continuation of process that eventually might end depending on the configuration management that the application should be placed in that particular application. I hope I answered the question. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, sir. Dr. Balakrishnan, sir, any other queries?
No.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much. If any other queries from the respective session chairs, can proceed. Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. Pastor Aguilis, for your valuable presentation, sir. And now this is up to the all keynote speakers presentations. And next, post lunch, we will start with the technical sessions with inaugurating with our valuable session chairs. So now we will go with the lunch time. So please have a lunch for 45 minutes of time. So once the 45 minutes of time is completed, we can proceed with the technical sessions. Thank you so much. Please have a break.
Sriniket, can you tell me what's the time period?
It's 45 minutes, sir.
Yeah, by 1:45 we'll start now.
Absolutely, sir.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Sir, am I audible, sir? Hello.
Kiran, can you hear?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm able to hear you, sir.
Yes, Mr. Kiran, we are in the lunch now. So like every participant can proceed with their lunch. So it's
Okay,
only
sir.
15 minutes of delay. So from 1 o'clock to 1:45 minutes of lunch time will be there. So exactly at 1:45, we'll start with the technical sessions.
Yes.
Now you
Thank
can
you, sir.
proceed with the lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
को हाथ लगाएगा तो वही चेकबुक जो मैं हमेशा यूज करता हूँ यार। और कौन सी चेकबुक वहां होती तो मैं क्या तुमसे सर मार रहा होता? दीदी, आई एम टॉकिंग टू यू। मेरी चेकबुक कहाँ पे है?
Now मत ओके, प्लीज डू नॉट मेक एन इशू आउट ऑफ इट।
व्हाट इशू? मेरी चेकबुक है, आई नीड इट।
तुम्हारे पास दूसरी चेकबुक पड़ी है, तुम उसको भी तो यूज कर सकते हो।
मुझे जवाब मत दो। पिछली बार तुमने मेरे डॉक्यूमेंट्स को हाथ लगाया था, आज तक ढूंढ रहा हूं उनको मैं। मुझे वही चेकबुक चाहिए, लेके आओ उसे।
की प्रॉब्लम है तो खुद देखिए करो ना अपनी चीजों को।
You dare give me that attitude? मेरी चेकबुक ढूंढो और उसे लेके आओ, और इसके बाद मेरे चीजों को हाथ मत लगाना कभी। This is my last warning.
राहुल, राहुल।
हाँ माँ।
रितु का फोन आया था बेटा।
दीदी क्या बोल रही है?
अरे बहुत परेशान है वो, बहुत ज्यादा।
मत डराओ मत, प्लीज बताओ क्या हुआ?
क्या हुआ दीदी को, आप बताइए। अरे वरुण और रितु का झगड़ा हो गया किसी छोटी सी बात को लेकर, फिर ठीक भी हो गए, फिर पता नहीं क्या आर्ग्यूमेंट हुआ कि वरुण ने रितु को गुस्से में आकर धक्का दे दिया।
What? मेरी बहन पे हाथ उठाएगा आपको? How dare ही समझता क्या है वो अपने आप को? अरे लड़की है तो कुछ वापस बोलेगी नहीं कि हम लोग मर गए क्या यहाँ पर?
वो कह रही थी कि इतना गुस्से में है कि पूछो मत।
गुस्से में है तो कुछ भी करेगा क्या? आपने बोला कि भी कुछ उसको? आप छोड़ो, मैं खुद ही देखता हूँ।
बुरा लगा? बहुत दर्द। अब किस लिए? वो चुपचाप।
चलो खोल लो आप, ओरिजिनल क्या है? पंद्रह 15 मीटर की 3 स्पैन है ना?
जी सर।
हाँ सबमर्सिबल है।
जी सर, सबमर्सिबल।
कॉस्ट कितनी आती है?
3.29
है पर मीटर है। ये आगे विजय सोलंकी का नंबर है आपके पास? हाँ? इसका क्या नाम है ब्रिज का?
बासन से पोंडी कला।
बाथन?
बासन 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 से पोंडी कला।
पोंडी कला?
जी।
PIU 2। इसको जो है विजय सोलंकी का नंबर आपके पास नहीं है? आपके पास है विजय का? इसको अभी उसको फॉरवर्ड करके ना इसको करवा दीजिए अभी, क्योंकि वहाँ दिल्ली में आदि कल में होना है ना ये। हाँ हाँ, पाठक को फोन कर दी, कह दी मैंने देखे कि ये कर दिया, इसको लॉक कर दें। मीटिंग कितनी? 4:15 बताई? चलिए ठीक। नहीं भाई, एक ही जगह पीटीओ ऑब्जर्वेशन करके लिख दिया, जगह नहीं थी ना इसके, पीटीओ करके बैक पेज पे यहाँ पीटीओ। बस आप ये वाला पीछे वाला कागज भेज दीजिएगा। आज छुट्टी पे है, अभी घर पे है, घर पे कर देंगे।
What's wrong with you? तेरे माँ बाप ने तुझे इतना पढ़ाया लिखाया किस लिए? तू चुपचाप सुनती और सहती रही? हाँ? You are an independent girl. ऐसे बढ़ावा देगी ना तो हाथ उठाएगा. कल तो चुप रही तो ये
Please, I'm sorry, please. Oh, I'm really
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Hope you had a very good lunch. And prior starting with our technical sessions, I would like to proceed with our respective session chairs inauguration as well. So our session chair is Dr. Balakrishnan. Yes, he's from Coimbatore. Currently, he's working as professor and head at Department of Computer Science and Business System Engineering at Sri Krishna College of Engineering and Technology, Coimbatore, India. And Dr. P.K.
Thank you.
Agarwal, Dean, Department of Civil Engineering, Maulana Azad National Institute of Technology, Bhopal, Madhya Pradesh, India. And Dr. T. Thirupal, Associate Professor and Head Department of Electronics and Communication at G. Pullaya College of Engineering and Technology, Andhra Pradesh, India. Thank you so much, our session chairs, for your valuable participation in our conference. And coming to our respective technical sessions, I welcome all the participants to the technical sessions. So the first will be with the civil engineering, will be presented by Kiran Kumar Narasimhan, Dr. B. Damodar Reddy, and Dr. C. Sashidhar on a topic of a study on compressive strength and durability of vermiculite concrete with and without silica fume. Dr. Mr. Kiran Kumar Narasimhan, sir.
Yes, sir. I am present, sir. I'm audible, sir? Am I audible?
Yes, sir. You are audible. You can start presenting your presentation.
Yes, thank you, sir.
Welcome.
So it's taking 2 minutes, sir. Some app problem, sir. Can I be holding, sir? 2 minutes, sir?
Please. Yes, you can proceed.
You declare the reality in accordance with your time records. So no budgeted time, no estimated time. It's not at the end of the year, I think all
Mr. Kiran Kumar Narasimhan.
Yes, yes. Sir. Yeah. 1 minute. Sir, is the slides visible, sir?
No, not yet.
Not yet, sir.
No. At the middle of your screen, you can see an option called share screen with the green color.
Yes.
Yes, click on it and you can share your screen.
Sir, 1 minute. Sir, now is it shared, sir?
No, it's not visible, Kiran Kumar. You have to select the share screen.
Yes.
And then it will ask you to which tab or which screen you want to share. Select it and then you have an option called share. When you press the share, then your screen will be shared. Mr. Kiran Kumar,
Sir.
can you share the screen?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Can you see an option called share screen?
Yes, sir.
With
I'm
green
asking.
color.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Click on it. And you will see the multiple options on which screen you want to select. Yes.
Now it's coming, no, sir?
Now it is shared. Yes, you can start sharing.
Sir, now is it visible, sir?
Yes, it's visible.
Sir, good afternoon, everyone, to the panel and the colleagues and presentees and attendees. Today, my topic on presentation is a study on the compressive strength and the durability of concrete with vermiculate material with and without silica fume. So the previous studies have been done on this area relating especially to the concrete with the vermiculate with and without silica fume also, but not much studies on the durability part. Only compressive strength was much measured. So this study has been also including the durability part. So and previous studies they have used 10% silica fume, but in this study we have made an attempt to do only with 5% and able to achieve the results. So that's what is the difference between the previous and these studies. So coming back to the topic, concrete is a material which is made with cement, sand, gravel, and water. So in the presence of water, this forms into a very hard substance, which will pose a lot of strength and durability aspects as the time progresses. So this concrete can be looked into two parts. One is fresh concrete and another is hardened concrete. During the fresh concrete stage, the workability of the concrete is more important. That means how you can mix these materials with water so that hydration reaction can happen comfortably. So that is what is the workability part. And once you are ensuring with the workability, then our prime concern will be the strength and durability. So especially silica fume is a material which is added to compensate the partial loss of strength due to vermiculate alone, which is being used as a material for replacing natural sand. So when you are replacing vermiculate with natural sand with the vermiculate, a slight reduction in the strength is being seen. So to compensate that, a light amount of silica fume is being added. But only thing is silica fume may pose a durability problems later stage. So that's why a lot of ensuring was done relating to the mixing and the placing of the concrete, so that the durability test results are also very promising in this our study. So especially we all know that sand levels are coming down day by day. So there is a need for an alternative material. So vermiculite was one among the material which was attempted to replace it. And the sieve analysis being done on sand and vermiculite has been shown the very close relationship of the sieve analysis. That is a structure has been shown, which was shown in the later slides. So the related work which has been already done on this area are like done by S.M. Gupta, who has done an experimental investigation on strength and durability characteristics with silica fume. And another study was a resistance of reinforced concrete with a sulfate attack. So sulfate is a durable measure. So how best a concrete can be able to sustain the sulfate attack. So, and again studied with the lightweight concrete using vermiculite as partial replacement of sand by Satish Kumar. And Mr. A.V. Sriram and Sailaja has done the study with the fly ash and silica fume combined study, which was used, but only the strength was measured there. So Divya and Sunil George has done an M30 grade concrete, the partial replacement of 40, 50 and 60% of the total weight of fine aggregate. So, but again, using 40, 50, 60% was posing a problem in our preliminary initial study. So we have limited only to the 40%, that is up to 40% only we went with the replacement. So Gunashekhar et al. Has done a project on lightweight material, and this vermiculite is used as special purpose for calcium silicate boards. So this is not a special study related directly to the concrete, but as a civil engineering material. So it's a combined effect of silica fume and expanded vermiculite on properties of mortars at ambient and elevated temperatures been done. So with the hardened state, the unit weight of mortar varies between 1200 to 780 kg per meter cube. So 1200 is a sufficient good density, but as concrete is having a more density, with silica fume we can achieve that density part also. And Foxell et al. Has studied combined effect on steel fibers and expanded vermiculite. So steel fibers especially will be a reinforced material. So these were also a promising study being done on this, but in our study we didn't use any reinforced material like steel or timber. So coming back to our objectives from these literatures, we have made an objective like to perform compressive strength test and split tensile strength on vermiculite concrete for proportions 10, 20, 30 and 40 with a normal gravel as a coarse aggregate and compare it with the conventional concrete. And to perform durability tests like water absorption, acid resistance, sulfate attack, alkali attack and a carbonation attack. So with the normal aggregate. So tests are performed with and without blast sizes and at a 0.5 water cement ratios with a fixed percentage of 5%. As I told already, previous studies were done with 10%, but with 5% itself with proper maintaining mixing and compaction, we are able to achieve the results. So the proposed study was done for 3 days, 7 days and 28 days. Cubes were casted and cured and tested with vermiculite and silica fume. So the ratio adopted is 1:2:2.75. So water cement ratio chosen is 0.5. The properties have been told like cement, what is a specific gravity, fineness modulus and grading zone. And the melting points of vermiculite, specific heat, all this been displayed, specific gravities and more things. So these are preliminary tests being done. And coming back to the properties of especially sand, silica and aluminum, potassium, calcium, what is the contents, all these things has been shown. So the results are being given like fineness of cement. Cement test has given the fineness, how much consistency, initial setting time and final setting time, soundness test, all preliminary test has been done. And we have taken the replacement percentage of replacement like as conventional sample as 0, M1 grade has 10% replacement of vermiculite, M2 20, M3 30 and M4 40. All are having 5% silica fume addition with and without silica fume. So if silica fume is used, they are using at a 5% constant levels. So what is the grain size distribution of a sand and vermiculite? You can see, observe that they are very closely related. So this gives a opt indication that we can, if other things like strength and durabilities are promising, we can go for a replacement. So the percentage of vermiculite with blast sizes, these are the compressive strength results being shown. So I have given a write-up also for that, all these things. So study, it is clearly evident that at a 10% vermiculite replacing the sand and with 5% silica fume replacing cement, compressive strength values are better when compared with the conventional sample, which is clearly shown in the table 6 to 9, which have been shown there, 6 to 9, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it's been very clearly shown that with the 5% silica fume and 10% vermiculite, the results were promising. So this is only relating to the strength part, but for durability, you can go up to 20%. 20% replacement has been acceptable, even 20% is been acceptable. So the above values are supporting the results of AAV Sriram and Neta for the silica fume. However, the study varied in usage of percentage of silica fume. That's what I said in the initial stage also. That is 10% has been used in those study, but in our study only with 5% we are able to get that thing. So, partial cement of cement with silica fume, even that results have been improved with the silica fume. Without silica fume, results were not that promising, especially relating to the strength part. But with the silica fume, the strength has been properly achieved, and target strengths have been achieved at the early stages itself. The reason may be attributed to the reduction of voids by vermiculite, which acted like filler material, and silica fume acted like admixture for improving the strength of the concrete. So these two combination is being shown better results. That's what is so these are the various water absorption values for various levels M1, CC, M1, M2, M3, M4 grades of our mixes. So percentage of vermiculite with plasticizer and without plasticizers have been shown. So this is relating to the alkali. So acid first has been acid test has been shown to you durability. Now it's been alkali. So this is relating to the acid, and this is relating to water absorption, acid, alkali. And then we have gone with sulfate resistance. As I said, sulfate resistance is also important parameter to be tested. So here in the sulfate resistance, you can see in the graph very clearly. Relating to the green one, green value is showing a better. That means 10%. M2 is the 10%. Next is the violet, M3. So something like up to 20%, that is up to M3, the values are okay with us. After M3, again, it's becoming normal with the conventional concrete. So that is going better for after sulfate attack. So this is with and without plasticizers. So again, carbonation, chlorination test has been done. So here we are going to measure the depth of the penetration of the carbon, depth of penetration of the chlorine. So when you see the chlorine penetrations, M2 value is giving a lesser when compared with conventional, almost same M2 value. That is a 10%, the chlorination depths are less. That means it's a good sign that a 10% chlorine penetration is been very less. So when you compare with the 40%, the penetration is more. That's why I said previous studies were 40, 50, 60. So that may not be giving a better results in the durability part. Strength part, it may be okay, but durability, that's the reason why I have limited only with the, study to the 40%. So coming back to the conclusions, in the study, it is evident that there is an improvement in compressive strength at 10% replacement of natural sand with vermiculite, and improvement in durability at 20% replacement of the natural sand. That's the maximum 20% you can go. And at a fixed 5% replacement of cement with silica. So by increasing the vermiculite content in natural sand at a fixed 5% of silica fume cement, the durability of concrete cubes is checked for various replacement levels of replacement of natural sand. So by the vermiculite based mixes exhibited better durability when compared with the conventional mixes, even though cement is partially replaced with silica fume. The reason may be attributed to the improved texture at later dates, because as the curing goes on, that is to 3 days, 7 days, 14 days, 28 days. So 28 days results are better. Even if you go for 56, 90 days will become better. So the reason being the improvement in the texture at the later date of the curing and testing. So that is improving the compressive strength of the specimen. So I thank the panel members and management of ICTIEM for giving me a valuable chance. So we are open for the questions, sir. Any questions?
Thank you so much, Kiran Kumar, for your presentation. Session chairs can proceed if any queries are there. Any session chairs who wants to proceed with the queries? Okay, thank you. We will go with the next presenter.
Thank you, sir.
Saurabh Puri and Dr. RSRAI on software DNet network visualization, contribution 05 networks in India. Mr. Saurabh Puri.
Yeah, hi, thanks, Shriniket.
Thank you so much. You can start presenting your screen.
Sure.
Yes.
Okay. I hope everyone can see my screen.
Yes.
Okay. So may I lower my camera so that for better visibility and
Yeah,
this
definitely.
thing?
Your wish. That's your wish.
Okay, okay. Okay, thanks. Okay, so first of all, good afternoon, a very good afternoon to everybody. And I would really like to thank the respected chairperson and the entire ICTIM team for giving an opportunity for deliver this session on the second international conference on technology innovation in engineering and management. So basically, the paper that I will be presenting is software-defined network virtualization contribution to the upcoming 5G networks in India. Now, this is more from the technical side than management side. So, but I hope I'm able to deliver and like can make understand the audience the importance of software-defined network. So basically, I am working with Orange Business Services as a senior technical project manager, and we are working on different technical projects related to the networks. And SD-WAN and SDN is one of the major projects, recent projects, which I have just completed last year. So to starting with the first term is the 5G. What we understand by 5G is the fifth generation wireless communication technology. So basically we are evolved from first generation. Now we are moving to the fifth generation. And basically we are evolving from analog to digital communication. And this fifth generation wireless technology is the latest one, and there is a lot of expectations from this 5G network, and to have deliver the functionalities and the services from 5G, we need a very good platform, a network platform on which this 5G can run. So in my this paper, I have covered the importance of SDN as a most important technical component which can support 5G wireless network to serve the purpose for the Indian telecom market, specifically for Indian point of view. Although globally also this has been used, and these studies have revealed that it is one of the most what we say important and robust platform for 5G network. Okay, so this is all in my abstract. So coming to the introduction, so basically first important part is the evolution. So as we are evolving from from analog communication to digital communication, and it's not that we are evolving directly from analog to straight away to 5G. We've been moving from first generation to second generation, then third, then fourth, and now from 4 we are moving to 5G. Now why we are concerned about 5G? Because the speed that we are expecting out of 5G is in gigabits, and we started with 30 kbs kilohertz of frequency carrying an analog signal, and now we are expecting or targeting about 3 to 30 gigahertz of frequency that we will require. So in this for this wireless communication, we will need a robust, very flexible, and very what we say a network that can help us to support the 5G network. Now today the traditional ISP network has some limitations and some constraint, due to which the network platform evolved from traditional to the software defined network and the network virtualization functions. Now they both go in hand. In the next slides I will cover. So first, the SDN network. So it's a new network which uses a software based controller and some programmings to communicate with the hardware infrastructure and to deliver the traffic over the network. And this will be playing a very important role in our 5G wireless network transformation. 5G network, as I already discussed in beginning, so it will be wireless network, having a speed in gigabits, and we will require a very low latency, more reliable, massive network, capacity to hold data, and lot of, I mean, n number of devices connecting to our wireless network, expecting speed of in gigabits through 5G. So here, what explained the traditional ISP network. Now we are having segregations on the layers, like access layer. We have a separate hardware for separate service. Then we have an aggregating layer where we are aggregating all the services on these layers, and then at the core layer where we are transporting this equipment, the traffic from one network to another network, say enterprise network or internet network. We are using this core layer. Now, the main constraint of this traditional ISP network is, suppose in the access layer, we are having different requirement by different customers. So for that, we have to deploy different hardware that can support those applications and the services and translate those services and communicate with our aggregation layer, because multiple services will be coming from the access layer, and we will be aggregating them into say layer 3 or layer 2, and then we will be forwarding it to the core layer. Now core layer here is basically the network layer or the routing layer, where they will be forwarding the packets or the information or the services request that the customer wants from one network to another network based on some routing algorithm. So what happens is, in the core layer we will need a routing mechanism algorithm which can support move the traffic. Aggregating layer, we will need some encapsulation or some kind of a mechanism to encapsulate the service on the IP to transport to the core layer. And access layer basically will be the customer services that will be terminating on the these layers. That can be internet, that can be a MPLS, IPVPN, or can be a what we say the NNI request, or point to multi-point services that we need on these layers. Now, now, as we discussed in our initial site, the term evolution and innovation we've been discussing throughout the conference. So we cannot just have a new network. Say we open a software defined network with new applications or something like that. We have to basically evolve. So we have to see the standards, the protocols, the application, the services which we are able to deliver through the traditional network, and those can be gradually shifted to the SDN or software defined networks or network function virtualizations. For example, here if we see the evolution part, suppose our network is not flexible enough, the traditional network which is not flexible enough to adapt to the changes in the services or the network layer. So we can have kind of a layer or a network that can support us this flexibility. Then second is the time to market. Definitely how quickly these network layer can change or can meet up the market requirement or the customer requirement. That is also one of the constraint for the traditional ISP network, and which we led to evolution of this SDN. Second is this scalability. As mentioned earlier, we will be connecting thousands of devices, a large number of volumes of devices with these networks, and those devices will having different services requirement and will be not scattered in India but globally. So we have this constraint also with the traditional ISP network. And the actually operation cost is the last point, but I think it is today the one of the topmost point, because if it's less, then definitely the market or the telecom company favors that technology. But if we match the operation cost, we can lower that operation cost in relation to our traditional ISP network, then I think that technology has a better roadmap or chances to evolve. Okay, so why SDN networks? Now I will come back to the SDN network. So SDN network, basically what it does is it segregates, it segregates the control plane and the data plane. Basically, it separates the controlling part of the network and flow of the network. So the function by the network layer, the core layer or the aggregation layer is somewhat aggregated onto the control, and the data termination or collection of all the data is segregated to the access layer is segregated to the data plane. Okay. So yeah, so before coming to NFP, so it separates the control plane and the data plane. So if we want to, for example, end user want to communicate, I'll be coming in detail in my next slide, just for the overview. So if two user want to communicate with each other, one is in India and one is in, so they both will register to this SDN network via control plane. Control plane authenticate or register these two users. Then using the data plane, they can exchange or they can communicate. Now data plane is totally separate from the control plane. My control plane can be in India, my data plane can be in America. We can have that flexibility. So in even India, when he gets registered to the control plane in India, or American user authenticates or to the control plane in India, then they can use the data plane of US and they can communicate. The only thing we will need is just one connectivity from India to US data plane and control plane. Okay, although we don't keep that situation where we'll have a data plane so far from the control plane, but this is just an example that this much segregation can be done. We can have in one region and we can have the other in other region. Now classification. So how this SDN flexibility works. So we have one another technology. This is NFV, that is network functions virtualization. Now with this virtualization functions, we are able to achieve this control plane, and we are able to achieve this virtual data plane with this function. So combination of SDN and NFV is basically which leads to a use of 5G or implement 5G using this technology. Basically, if we see SDN, so separation of control plane and the data plane. Okay, and these are supported by programmability of networks, and locations can be data center, cloud, and the initial applications means controlling application is orchestra or EMS, which we call, and the rectification is open network forum. So basically, this is kind of open source where we can have multiple applications can be supported here. Sorry, there is some background noise. Can someone mute the mic? Thank you. Now coming back to NFV. NFV is basically hello. Someone can they mute the mic, please? Okay. Yeah. Now we coming to NFV. So NFV is basically network functions virtualization. So basically, it's kind of like like a cloud service. We have a data center and we have a multiple users, and they don't want to have a storage on the PC or on their desktop, and they want the storage in the remote cloud. So we have this network function virtualization function which can help to create that server or virtual servers in that cloud, and through the internet, they can access that virtual cloud and load their applications and use. And so it becomes the hardware independent platform. I mean, whether they use the normal Windows, Unix, or Mac PC, but they will still be able to access the cloud and use these data which they have stored for the day-to-day work. Okay, and generally the locations, I would say the companies looking for them are the service provider network, or these locations they are used. The implications is router, yeah, so they can be used for multiple use. This can be for, we can make as a virtual firewall, virtual router, virtual gateway. CDN is a very good example of an NFV, the content delivery that we are using, YouTube and these OTT platforms that we're using. So they are using somewhere the natural network function virtualizations somewhere. Then ETSI NFV is a group which is actually working on the advancements of these. Okay, now coming back to the principles, now we discuss about NFV and the SDN. So there are certain principles for the 5G network that we have been laying and trying to identify, which are required. One is the net radio part, since it's a wireless network. So we have a very strong and effective radio network, where we can use the radio or the spectrum that we will get or we will be using for the 5G network. It should be cost effective for sure. It should be dynamic, like that radio signal should be so much dynamic that it should be able to handle multiple users, authentication, access, and all those mechanism. Then the network. So once the network, once a user connect to the 5G network through the radio, then the backhaul, basically the core network of the service provider, it has to be, I mean, I just use one word, composable, means a very robust and should be very flexible and very, very robust kind of a network to support this 5G services. And last but not the least, the operations and management. So if there is some issue on the network on one layer, so the network should be adaptive. It should be able to change or reroute to the their backups, or if there's a latency or some issue, they can calculate fast to give overcome the latencies and all those issues. Okay. Now coming back to the framework, so this is basically a framework of SDN based 5G network. So basically SDN network, as we said, there are segregation of control plane and a data plane. There is another layer which is the management plane, so which we call the orchestration controller. Basically in technical terms we call it as a EMS, enterprise management system. So this basically is the management system which connects to the control plane. If you see here the edge controllers, these are basically the control planes. Now these are segregated. If you see, as I mentioned, one edge controller is somewhere outside our infra, and one which is connecting an infra. But still, we are able to manage by the management plane these controllers. Okay. Then comes the data plane. Data plane will be these access nodes, comprising our access nodes and the network entry point. Basically, network entry point will be the gateways for the authentication, or for the basically the control data, or for the data traffic which entering into our SDN network. So they will be coming through these entry points, and this will be coming under our control plane, and the access nodes will be coming under our data plane. Okay, but they will be connected together. See, we can see they are virtually also connected, and they are physically also connected. Okay, this can be within the company, or the ISP telecom can have their own infra. They can have the internet, or they can have a separate infra with the third party. Okay. So basically, how it done is just a simple example. I'll say, for example, there is a user in the satellite network. His user is connected to a satellite network, and one user is in the company VPN, and it's using this access node. So once they want to communicate, they will enter into the SDN network through the network entry point, or we say the gateway, and gateway will take them to the orchestra at initial to basically authenticate their registration, that okay, these customers our customers and they are registered in our SDN network and they can communicate, they are allowed to communicate. After that, they can transfer the data. Now they will not follow the same what we say the flow or same flow where the control informations go, but they can directly communicate using the data plane from anywhere. I mean, they can connect to this node, then this customer in the access node can come via internet also to our to the enterprise network, and they can communicate. So data plane is totally separate and control plane is totally separate. Okay. Now, when we talk about this kind of a bit complex and what we say mesh network, then there are few concerns and few issues that really rise into our mind, and those are the security threats. Why? Because this network is open to the internet, this open network is open to the enterprise, and this network will be open to the third party. So all these three domains are able to connect to our software defined network. They're able to reach. So when they are able to reach, that means they are threats. There are we can we can make out, yes, we are vulnerable to some attacks, some threats, and some security concerns can be there. So I was like, we were able to identify a few of them, which are the most common one. For example, the DOS attack, which is a very denial of access attack, which is most common in the internet platform. So it is one of, again, most common for the SDN networks. Then we have a flash traffic attack. Basically, it's kind of a DDoS attack, distributed kind of attack, where different applications can be attacked. The perpetrator seeks to make machines and network application resources unavailable using this threat or this attack. Then we have a security policy.
Excuse me, Dr. Saurav Puri. Sorry to
Yes,
interrupt
please.
you.
Yes, sir.
You are exceeding the time. We have a time of only 10 to 15 minutes. Can you please?
Okay, I'll just take 2 more minutes. I'll quickly go to the last one.
Thank you so much.
So these are few of the threats, and then these security threats, their privacy also. For example, privacy information. Now, when we are saying we have one control server or plane which is managing all the information, so any penetration to that control server, the privacy data of the user can lead to a security threat for us. Then we have the configuration, scanning, and these attacks, which it's there in my paper. I will share in details for that. So I'll quickly come back to the conclusion. So conclusion, what we try to understand, explain here, that SDN and NFV fits into the 5G equation. So basically, this network fits very well with the what 5G demands or they need. And they can handle 1,000 times more devices than traditional networks. Yes, when I'm saying 1,000 times, and yes, it's the capacity is very high scalability, and we can connect high resource availability and high resource usability we can have with this. Then as mentioned, it is we can scalable, dynamic provisioning. Yes, if we want at certain stage a device to act as a router, we can configure a router. We have separate VM for router, firewall, or some server or application server. Then there are but specification should support security standard. Definitely, when we are fitting 5G into the SDN network, we have to ensure that all the security standards and products are well deployed and usable. And last is, we need to first understand the security challenges that can become the threat for our 5G networks. and once we identify, then only we will be able to address them or to work upon them. If we ignore or we get miss, then it will be a big chaos for us. So that's all from my side. Thanks. Any questions?
Yeah, so very nice presentation, Dr. Saurabh. Only one question. Who are the main STL providers?
Sorry, sir. Your voice.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, sir, your voice is a little low actually.
Yeah.
It's like you're speaking very far. Sorry.
Can you give the list of STL providers?
The SDN providers?
Yeah.
Okay, so one is my company myself, Orange,
Okay.
which is providing this service. Then we have Verizon in US. Then we have there are various companies who are providing this solution. Then we have in China, the CMI is having this SDN network, and then we have this British Telecom, which is into this SDN, and Tata Telecommunication in India, which is I think is one of the leading in this SDN support. And plus there are a long list. So few.
Okay, one more question. What is meant by that STN attack vectors?
Sorry?
STN attack vectors. What is the use of that STN attack vectors?
SDN attack?
Vectors.
Vectors?
Yeah.
Can you write this thing? Sorry.
Vector. VECTOR. Vectors.
Vector.
Yeah.
Okay, SDN attack vector. Basically, it's a kind of attack on the application part, coming from different directions, and that's it. That is what currently I'm able to recall. But I can just check on more detail on this one, and can.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Hello, Saurabh.
Yeah.
Can you differentiate in terms of 4G, 5G, and 6G? Now, how can you enhance actually from 5G to 6G? Is it in application plane or control plane or data plane?
Okay. Good question, sir. Sir, actually, first of all, SDN SDN platform is a software defined network basically. So, and the software which we are manipulating or changing or enhancing or upgrading is on the control plane layer and the application layer. So, if we are having 6G with a high bandwidth, high requirement, then the control plane probably and the data plane at that particular point won't change. The control plane will be it kind of a domain where its function is to control, and the data plane is separate where it has to just transfer the data or provide the service. So if for example 6G comes with say 2 gig speed and comes with an additional service or some special kind of a service, then more implications will be to change on the application side to support that service, and the connectivity that the control and data plane is having or the customer is having, probably the core backbone. If it can support that 1 gig to 6 gig, or 1 gig to 2 gig, 100 gig, or whatever gigs of support the 6G is required. So more will be on the application side.
Okay, fine, Saurabh. Thank you. All the best.
Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mr. Saurabh, for your valuable presentation. And the next participant is by P. Murugapandian, N. Ramkumar, Muhammad Wasim, and V. Rajalakshmi on the topic performance analysis for SIN passivation gate field plate high electron mobility transistors for high power microwave applications. Any of the participants like P. Murugapandian, N. Ramkumar, Muhammad Wasim, V. Rajalakshmi, any of the participants are available? Any of the participants available from the respective presentation? Okay.
He's not there.
Yes, sir. We'll go with the next presenter in computer IT, going to present by Andhavarapu Swaroop, Dhumpala Kalyani, Gurusu Sunita, and Srirama Murthy Velaga on IoT embedded world. So any of the participants available? Swaroop, Kalyani, Sunita, and Murthy.
Yes, sir.
Yes, ma'am. You can start sharing the screen and present it.
A warm good afternoon to all the respected dignitaries present over here and attendees. I'm Sunita, student of JMRIT, would like to present on the topic IoT Embedded World along with my team members Kalyani and Swaroop. What exactly IoT is? The IoT describes the network of physical objects embedded with sensors, software, and other technologies for the purpose of connecting and exchanging data with other devices and systems on the internet. In this paper, we would like to focus on IoT and its applications in real-time scenarios. We are mainly focusing on three major applications, that is the IoT-based biometrics, home automation and security, and health monitoring system. It has like three major fields like security, domestic sector, and health sector. Coming to the authentication, with the increased number of internet-enabled devices in the modern world, authentication plays the key role for the users to make use of the resources available in any environment. With the advancement in technology, it has become quite easy for persons to find out ways to access the data of the other persons. It is very important to verify the true identity of the person trying to access his or her data. The concerned organization or the business group has to make sure that the person trying to access is the right user of the data, and care must be taken in such a way that the resources are not used for the wrong purpose. And making use of correct resources by the right person in the right way is the main idea behind the authentication. Here we use a Raspberry Pi to build a low-cost biometric system. Coming to the home automation system, it helps in reducing energy, electricity, and also useful for elderly people and people with physical disabilities. Of course, we do use making our surroundings more smarter way and making use of this smart home automation in present generation. It do help us a lot, making things smart and working in a smart way. Coming to health monitoring system, it is to develop a reliable patient monitoring system where the healthcare professionals can monitor their patients in a 24/7 basis integrated with IoT. And now let's discuss about home automation and security.
A pleasant afternoon to everyone. I would like to discuss about home automation and security based on IoT. Smart home system is one of the application of IoT, which is a thing of present and future. Nowadays, the uses of internet had been widely used around the world, and the technology is increasing rapidly. That leads to an upgradation in home security system. So automation in security sector make it more authentic. There are many electrical equipments available in home which are necessary of monitoring from a remote area, and IoT based home automation system is designed to assist the people with the physical disabilities and focuses on mainly improving the quality of life. Any assigned action can happen depending on time or the other sensors regarding such as light, temperature, or sounds from any device in home automation networks. This paper presents the future challenges of IoT, such as the technical, and it may help in saving energy as well as time and provide security with the increase in availability of smart devices. Um, Home automation is mainly classified or based on three types, that is fixed automation and programmable automation and flexible automation. Fixed automation is completely involves hardware, and the programmable automation involves software, whereas flexible automation involves both hardware and software. And there will be a node MCU that is basically used to gather data and obtained by the sensors and upload the data to the IoT server. In addition, this microcontroller receives commands given by the user via smartphone or the laptop to perform specific tasks. How it works means if any motion is sensed by the sensors, then there will be a turning on or on of light or fan like that. Otherwise, it's keep on sensing. And if the electromagnetic door sense lost the line of sight connection for at least more than 30 seconds, then there will be a generation of alarm. Otherwise, it's keep on checking. And
Please change the slide.
yeah, I'm changing so one. Is it okay now? Hello?
Yes, ma'am, you can proceed.
Yeah. Actually, Node MCU consists of physical programmable circuit board similar to any other development board such as Arduino. Node MCU can be programmed on Arduino software and upload them to the microcontroller. And for security purpose, there will be a passive infrared sensors, and these are used to detect motion and can work in synchronization with a webcam that captures the images to alert the users of trespassing, so that it can make possible for the user of the household to view when a particular door has been opened. And an advanced form of smart home automation system is the use of gadgets to access and control all the home appliances and the sensors. All the data can be used to display regarding by displaying like patterns in terms of graphs, and detect possible occurring problems and provide recommendations or alert the user. And some of the best smart home apps on the market today are My Home Plus app and Alarm.com and Simply Safe, Vivint Smart Home app, and Google Assistant, Amazon Alexa, etc. And further works that can be done in this are as we are moving to the next generation, more and more devices will begin to connect to one another. So computers that can automatically mine data and they use the data to change the aspects of the home environment in the future. For example, recognizing the temperature of a room and then adjust the central heating and cooling units as necessary. PERT is the next generation home automation innovation that is discussed in this paper, that lets you to control, monitor, and secure your home with your smartphone or the web-based pages on your computer or laptop. As the technologies continue to advance, you can expect the house of tomorrow to be even more automated than that of today. Thank you, and my friend will continue the next application of IoT.
Next is IoT-based biometrics. In order to deal with security, authentication plays an important role. With the increasing number of internet-enabled devices in the modern world, reliable authentication is crucial for secure access in networking environments. The main part of the biometrics is feature extraction. There are 4 types in it: sensor acquisition model, feature extraction, pattern matching, or decision mapping. In sensor or acquisition model, it obtains the biometric of an individual. As an example, fingerprint captures the fingerprint impressions of a user, whereas voice captures the respective sensor. There are 4 main parts in the feature. There are 2 levels. In feature extraction, there are 2 main levels: low-level features and high-level features. In low-level features extract, transform the visual content of biometric by associating features, gradient, orientation, shape, etc. Whereas high-level features are very modern, which are related to machine learning field. Whereas in matching module, the feature values are compared and calculated against the template by making match. An example, matching score is calculated between query and template in this module, which helps in the next section. The next module is decision-making module. The requested identity is either rejected or accepted. It is accepted or rejected, it is said in this module. Next. Here we are using Raspberry Pi is a credit-sized mini computer with great capabilities similar to a PC. Here biometric device captures the signal from the sensor. Then it passes the signal if the user is registered or not. If the user is not registered, then it goes to a client server part. Then biometric is enrolled and it is stored in a database. Then client have to register for the feature extraction, matching, and then go to the respective decision making. Then it decides whether the user is used to access the module or not. To ensure the security and privacy with a biometric assessment, they consist of 2 layers. They are client and server. Client has Raspberry Pi as an IoT device, whereas server part it is installed on a PC. In client, first I have to register. Then it sends the first it register with client part. When sensor sends the biometric points, then it sends as a template. Then it observes the miniature points, and it also recognizes the start time and end time. In the respective time, it records it in the form of list. These lists are appended. Then these are stored in the image. These images are further used to compare with the decision-making module later. Thus, it happens. Then the next topic is health monitoring system. It's continued by my friend.
Okay, while coming to the health monitoring system, in this system, we'll discuss about the WISE monitoring system. WISE is nothing but wearable IoT cloud-based health monitoring system. It is nothing but monitoring the patient on 24/7 basis. WISE adopt the BASIN framework in the support of real-time health monitoring. Generally, we use 3 main fundamental components, which is WISE body area network, which is a sensors we are using, and mainly focusing on 3 main areas, that is a heartbeat, body blood pressure, and the heart rate, body temperature, blood pressure, and the heart rate. So the next is the WISE cloud to store the data we are accessing, and the WISE users, which is nothing but doctors, patients, caretakers. We generally come under WISE users area. Firstly, we'll take an Arduino platform, which is a microcontroller, and an RFID radio frequency identifier is connected for identification of individual user, so that RFID tag is mounted to each and individual user, so that it will be easy for anyone to access the data at any time. Next slide. Here we could see the architecture before slide. For this architecture, 3 sensors are connected: ECG sensor and body temperature sensor and blood pressure sensor, and an RFID reader is connected, and an LCD is connected for the purpose of a patient itself. He can see the readings at any time he wants, and through Wi-Fi module, the data is transmitted to the cloud, and through that the data is whenever the readings goes out of the readings goes out of beyond the parameters, then the alert signal will be given to the doctors and caretakers and person itself. Next slide. Here we could see that WISE is also empowered with a Wi-Fi module for the transmission of data to the cloud to access the data from anywhere at any time. The WISE cloud is based upon the HTTP server and storage server. The users need to log in through the authorized registration and their credentials. Whenever the WISE system is on, the real data will be displayed. The temperature from the thermistor and the heart rate from the pulse meter sensor are determined. Same with the blood sensor. From this graph, we could see that long-term historical data can also be visualized on the cloud, which demonstrates the heartbeat, body temperature, and blood pressure data for a period of few weeks for a particular person. Here we could see in this graph, we could able to see the readings of each and every day. Next slide.
Ma'am, sorry to interrupt you. Each participant will receive only 15 minutes of time. Request you to wind it up as early as possible.
Okay, sir. 5 minutes of time.
Thank you. Thank you.
Here, though the system is reliable in the personalized healthcare, there are still some challenges exist, like biomedical signal monitoring, sensor with limited computing and storage capability, battery life, which is one of the key issues, and development of a cost-effective system. And we could see here flow chart. Whenever the system is on, sensors are turned on. If threshold exceeds, then alarm will be generated, and relatives and for doctors, the message will be sent so that they could know what to do. Next. Here I would like to conclude that this system is, though the system looks a little bulky, by the proper manufacturing, it will be a tiny device. In this system, the physical activity recognition is one of the key avenues to extend the WISE system, as the active level of an individual is also crucial to someone's health status. It will be useful in the novel coronavirus times also. If there is a sudden heart attack, what action to be performed should be maintained in ontology library. And also coming to the home automation, it's an architecture that can be used as a framework to build a low-cost smart home and security system. And coming to the biometrics, multimodal biometrics is the next logical step in biometric authentication for customer-level mobile devices, and the challenges remains in making multimodal biometrics useful for consumers of mainstream mobile devices, but a little work has to be added multimodal biometrics to them. Thank you.
Yeah, so very good presentation, Sumita and team. Which is better, either the embedded or IoT?
What, sir?
Which one is better, either embedded or IoT? Embedded system or IoT system?
I feel embedded system is better.
Okay. Then is IoT part of embedded system?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Then what about Arduino? Then is Arduino an embedded system?
Sir, Arduino is a microcontroller we are using in the system, sir.
Okay.
So that we are embedding sensors, and the software we need to work on it.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Hello, Sunita. Can you tell me what is the frequency range of your IoT towards healthcare systems? Hello.
Hello, sir. Sir,
Yeah, can you tell me what frequency range your IoT will function for healthcare systems?
Sir, actually frequency range I hope is 433 megahertz.
Okay.
My system.
It's a 433 megahertz. Eh?
Yes, sir.
Is it same for all home appliances or is it different?
No, sir, it is different for different applications.
Okay. Right, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sunita and your team, for the valuable presentation, and thank you so much, Session Chas, for the valuable queries. Next, the next participant I would like to call is Mr. Prakash Bapurao Fulari and Dr. Dilip Bapurao Gokhale on study of fuzzy set theory and multi-criteria decision-making problems. Mr. Prakash or Mr. Dilip, anyone available? Any of the participant available from this team? Mr. Prakash Bapurao or Mr. Dilip Bapurao? Okay, we'll go with the next presenter. Going to present by Dr. Riddhi Paharia and Lalit Purohit on analyzing Ford-Fickerson maximum matching algorithm for improved semantic web service selection. Dr. Riddhi Paharia and Lalit Purohit.
Good afternoon, everyone present here.
Good afternoon, ma'am. You can start sharing the screen.
Yeah. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Topic of my paper is analyzing Ford-Fulkerson maximum matching algorithm for improved semantic web service selection. And firstly, I would like to tell what is basically semantic web. So now what we are using nowadays for web searching is basically keyword based searching when we query in a web space. But if we consider about semantic web, if we add semantics to our web description or whatever the service providers or are giving services over web, so we can use semantics for better performance results in making a relevant search. So what kind of semantics that we can add is, for example, suppose a user has requested something where we have given IOP parameters, that is input, output, precondition and effect parameters as a web description. So in request side, suppose a user is searching for some book which is given as input and he has availability of debit card for payment and has a login account as a person. And its precondition is he owns a credit card. Now, there are millions of web services which are available over UDDI registry or web space. And to match with that, semantically, we will take the web service advertisement which is having a maximum matching with the given parameters. For example, here an advertisement is taken as example, where its input and preconditions have the required article or the book or credit card payment and customer ID, and it has a credit card system for payment. So in this case, it matches 100% with the user requirement. So user will use the services and that's how he will purchase the book. There will so its output and effect will be, output will be invoice is created and the price will be paid over the account, and its effect is charged and it is shipped over the shopping service. And for the requester side, output will be would be the acknowledgement of receipt and effect is he will purchase that. It is a simple example. So basically, if in case of semantic web services, main matchmaking procedure over the user query and the service advertisement plays a major role. So our problem statement is that these IOP 4 parameters are used in past to support semantic web service selection. So in this process, there are many different algorithms are used previously, such as maximum matching algorithm like Hungarian algorithm and other maximum matching algorithms. But these algorithms have more time complexity, which affects the performance of the algorithm and also the results. And search timing is also increased. So what we are trying is that we are trying Hungarian algorithm with other two algorithm which could be considered as our maximum matching algorithm, that is Ford-Fulkerson algorithm and Edmund-Karp algorithm, that can be used for web service selection because it takes less time as compared to these algorithms. So these are some previous work which have been done in the past, where different matchmaking techniques are used by different researchers, where they have taken different methods like IOP matching, degree of matching, or semantic distance and cosine law, IOP matching based on web description over OWLS services, etc. So what we are trying here is to compare the performance of three algorithms and trying to match the time complexity which would be considered as the efficient algorithm, and then we can say that we can use this as an efficient algorithm for web service selection purposes. So this is first, this is Hungarian algorithm, and this work basically by optimizing cost of matching the web services. So initially it takes a cost matrix for different web services and different web queries. And for each row and column, it finds a minimum value and repeatedly subtract it until it gets the minimum value out of it, and all the other values are reduced. But in case of Ford-Fulkerson algorithm, rather than reducing its cost, it is using a network flow approach. That is, for example, if there are many web services and having the different matching scores or different cost, then it would use a network flow or a capacity graph. So in this case, for example, if there are multiple web services present for a multiple different queries, then first it would try to extract the path which would be optimized according to the user requirement. But in case of Ford-Fulkerson and Edmund-Karp algorithm, there is a condition that source and sink should be only a single node. So if there are multiple nodes, for example, in bipartite graph, there are multiple nodes on both the sides. So in this case, we first create a pseudo node on both sides as pseudo sink and pseudo source node, and initialize it with infinity. And after calculating its cost, we will take the most optimized path having optimized cost. But in Ford-Fulkerson algorithm, basically network is taking path by selecting random paths. So it is taking more time, and to reduce this timing, another modification has been done by this Edmund-Karp algorithm, in which BFS is introduced, that is breadth first search is introduced in the graph for augmenting paths to find the path. It means that in Ford-Fulkerson algorithm, rather than taking random paths and calculating all the paths, it is using BFS technique. So it reduces more time required to find the web service. So it is basically implemented like we have used OWLS dataset TCV4, and thereby IOP score, which is presented as a form of bipartite graph. We have given all this as a data matrix to different algorithm like Hungarian algorithm, Ford-Fulkerson, and Edmund-Karp. And the result has been analyzed by using the time complexity of by recording the time complexity of each algorithm for different data sets. We have taken 4 different domain data sets of different size metrics so that we can get the time complexity properly. And then we have analyzed results over it. So these are the time complexity that is recorded for each data set. We have taken a different data set of different domain which is available on OWLS TC4. First is a hotel IOP dataset. It is of matrix 36 cross 36, and it has different time recordings in milliseconds for calculating proper relevant web service. And then we have another data set of distance which contain different values from one location to another location, and it is of 15 cross 15 matrix, and it has taken this much amount of time. In third data set, we have used a data set of sports domain, which is very large, of 54 cross 54 matrix. So it has taken this much time, and latitudinal and longitudinal data set is taken as fourth data set. So in all this data set, we can observe that there is a slight decrease in time complexity when we have used it with Ford-Fulkerson and with Edmund-Karp algorithm as compared to Hungarian algorithm. So this experiment has also gives a conclusion that if we have a large data set, then Ford-Fulkerson and Edmund-Karp can perform much better as compared to Hungarian algorithm. So it could be a possibility that rather than using Hungarian algorithm, which is largely used in current scenario for web service selection, we can consider these two algorithms as our web service selection for this purpose, and it may influence our performance at a large scale if we will use it with the large data set. These are some other references which I have referred for taking the pre-existing works. Thank you. Any queries?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Session chairs can proceed if any queries are there.
Yeah, very good presentation. What are the parameters you have considered during the complexity during finding the time complexity?
Sir, these are IOP parameters. Basically, whenever there is a web service present over the web, so there is some web description given over it, which is provided with the UDDI registry. Basically, for example, there are three different parties which are working on it. First is the requester, like users like us, which are querying through different search engines. Second part is the service provider, the one who is owner of the service and he is providing the service over the web. And the third party is the UDDI registry. This is the basic www web kind of web space where our all of the available web services resided there. So basically, matchmaking task is performed at UDDI registry only, and it is a work of UDDI registry to assign a particular relevant web service to the requester or the query, and to locate it from the service provider. So basically the web description is given over UDDI registry. So rather than using a simple description, if we are using for a semantic web, then we in web description, if we include IOP parameter, that is input, output, precondition and effect, that should be given by the service provider. Then we can use it for matchmaking purposes. These are the parameters.
Oh, okay.
Any other session chairs queries?
Hello, Riddhi.
Yes,
can you differentiate all your algorithms with respect to cost?
Sir, Hungarian algorithm is basically, if we see its algorithm, it is traversing whole matrix to optimize the cost. For example, like in first row, first it finds a minimum value, then subtract it from all the other values. In the similar way, it will do with columns also. So it will traverse whole matrix. That's why it is taking around order of n to the power 4 timing. It is too much time.
Yeah.
So to reduce this, Ford-Fulkerson and Edmund-Karp can be a probable solution, because in Ford-Fulkerson, rather than optimizing, rather than focusing on cost, it takes it as a network flow that this like particular route has this much capacity only. So its target should be that in that flow, it should do the maximum task with the available flow.
Yeah. Why can't you merge any both algorithms and you can proceed for other method?
Sir, because of bipartite matching is maximum matching is basically done with Hungarian. Hungarian is the least complexity till now.
Okay.
All other algorithms have more than order of n power 4.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All the best, Riddhi.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your presentation and the session chairs for your valuable queries. And the next participant is Vimal Patel, Vikram Rathod, and Chirag Patel, presenting on experimental investigation on the performance of the Darius hydrokinetic turbine at different angular orientation of the rotor. Mr. Vimal Patel, Vikram Rathod, and Chirag Patel.
Yes, sir. Chirag Patel is available. Yes, sir.
Yes. Kindly share the screen. You can present.
Yes. Yes, sir. Hope my screen is visible to you, sir.
Yes, it's visible. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon, all of you, and good afternoon, all the participants. Myself, Chirag Patel. I am currently pursuing my PhD degree in SVNIT College, Surat. As I am from mechanical branch, my paper title is Experimental Investigation on the Performance of Darius Turbine, which is a hydrokinetic turbine, for different angular orientation of the rotor. So as you can see in abstract, actually I am working on the Darius turbine. There are types of hydrokinetic turbine to generate to produce power. So Darius turbine is one of those turbine. There are other turbine like 7S turbine, axial turbine, but because of its performance, I am selecting the Darius turbine. Now, when you'll see the figure, it has a aerofoil type shape of blade. So there is one NACA tool available. From that NACA website. We can directly download the different types of blade profile. So as you can see, I have used 3-bladed turbine. The turbine, the points are taken from the NACA 0021. So now I will explain you little bit what is meaning of NACA 0021, but I'm not going in detail of this because of lack time. Okay, so that the last 2 digit means that the thickness of the blade, where the first digit indicate the maximum percentage of the camber of the chord line. The center line which join the leading edge and trailing edge of the blade is called the chord line. Right? So second digit is also 0. So that means 0% distance from the leading edge and maximum camber. Okay. Whereas third and fourth, that 2 and 1, 21 indicate the maximum percentage of the chord line. Now this is general graph. Now to check the performance of any system, we require a non-dimensional term, right? And mostly for hydrokinetic turbine, we use the tip speed ratio and power coefficient. Power coefficient is nothing but efficiency of the turbine, right? So mostly we will deal with the TSR, tip speed ratio, and power coefficient. Now these graphs are for different hydrokinetic turbine, right? So you can see this bottom one is for 7S turbine. This one is the blue line is for Darius turbine. Now the reason to select Darius turbine is for high TSR ratio. High TSR means the load applied on the shaft will be high. So that because of the high TSR ratio, the power coefficient is very good compared to 7S turbine. Right? So that is the reason to select the Darius turbine. Now one more difference is 7S is drag driven turbine, means because of drag force generated with the help of water will able to rotate the turbine. Whereas in case of Darius turbine, lift force will be responsible to rotate the turbine, right? So this is working principle of the Darius turbine. As I said, I have selected 3 blade. This is first, second, and third. So how it works? So suppose free stream velocity, water is coming from this side, right? So this is your actual velocity. Now, as I said, the what is chord line? The line joining between this trailing edge and leading edge is called chord line. So there will be velocity coming to this side. So resultant velocity is like this, right? This W denote resultant velocity, right? And this alpha is angle of attack, right? Created between this resultant and the chord axis. Okay, so this resultant velocity is responsible to rotate our turbine, which produce lift force. However, there will be some drag force, but the lift force is majorly working on the turbine to rotate it. Okay, now obviously there will be shaft available on the center, right? So as it will rotate more faster, there will be power generation quickly. Okay, now this is actual my experimental data. So as I said, my profile is NACA 0021, which is the coordinates are directly taken from the NACA tool, and I have manufactured the profile. Okay. So this is the diameter of the rotor, 280 mm, height 200, and chord length of the vent 125. The total numbers of vents are 3. Now, my work, there are two types of work. One we can do on the open channel also, and one we can do for the closed channel. My current work is on the, actually for my PhD working, I am doing on closed channel also, but in this paper I have worked on the open channel. Means my work is on the canal, real canal. Okay. So these are the dimension of the canal, like width, depth, length. Okay. The major effect of the velocity will be there. So water velocity that I have calculated, sorry, it is not in mm, by mistake it is written mm, but it is 1.1 something meter per second. Okay. So by mistake it is written mm, it is actually meter per second. Okay. So this is a real figure of the canal with the experimental setup. The reason to take cage outside the cage to perform for different blockage coefficient. You can see there are slot given at the both side also and at the top side also, right? So I can put any material with ply, or I can put ply here also, so I can work for different blockage effect, right? So that is the reason why I have kept this cage. Okay. This is the real image. This is a vertical shaft by which I can measure torque produced by it. Okay. This is the design model for this same frame, three NACA hydrofoil. Actually, the word is airfoil, but because I am working on the water, so my name should be hydrofoil. Okay, these are the top and bottom plate. Okay, so this is my work. What I did in my experiment, I have tilted the my rotor at some particular angle. Right? So you can see the investigation for the -6 degree, -3 degree, 0 degree, 3, 7, and 11. Now, why I have done for random angle, because the area of the experimental was such that I cannot go beyond the -6 degree also, and I cannot go the 11 degree. So because of the that space, I could complete for some random angles. Now these are the result that I have obtained from the experiment. The first of all, first column is for different angular position of the rotor. Now this is the main thing, the turbine speed for RPM, means rotation per minute. For 1 minute, how many numbers of rotations are there? So as you can see, at -3 degree angular position, I am getting 99.28 turbine rotation. Okay, so same, it is turbine speed is depend on the angular speed is depend on your RPM. Okay, and mostly in performance of our turbine, we use angular position, angular velocity, which is radian per second. Okay, so after calculating angular velocity from the end, I'm getting 10.39 radian per second for -3 degree angular rotation. Okay, and I'm talking in terms of non-dimensional term. So I can convert this in tip speed ratio. Actually, tip speed ratio is nothing but velocity divided by velocity. So it is blade velocity divided by free stream velocity, right? So blade velocity means the velocity at which at the point where it touch it strike the our turbine, okay, divided by free stream velocity, water velocity, right? So it is non-dimensional term. So for 1.75 TSR and at -3 degree angular position, I am getting maximum amount of turbine speed. However, my readings are between -6 to 11 degree, but in this 6 experiment result, I am getting maximum at 1.7 TSR. This is these are the graph generated for different result. So as you can see, left side is for RPM and theta, that angular position, right? And right side graph is for non-dimensional term. Now the reason to take non-dimensional term is I can compare my data with any Darius router if it has same NACA profile. Okay, so that is the reason I'm taking the non-dimensional term also, right? So as you can see, for 0 degree, I'm getting some result, but maximum result I'm getting is for -3 degree orientation, right? Same for TSR speed also, for -3 degree, and for TSR 1.7 something, I am getting maximum amount of result, right? So from that, we can conclude that if we keep our orientation around negative side, So I will get maximum amount of power produced with the help of Darius turbine. But these results are only valid for NACA 0021 profile. Beside the conclusion, the performance of Darius turbine depends on angle, how water strike. As I said, it depends on the which NACA profile I am taking. My particular result is only for NACA 0021. The negative angle some extent how allows the rotor to rotate more rapidly. So result shows that as I will go to the negative side, I'm getting good amount of turbine speed also. When I will experiment with the positive angle like 0 degree to 5 degree, 10 degree, I am getting around 80 RPM. But when I will go to the around minus 5 degree, 3 degree, I am getting around 100. But as I will go to minus 15 degree and whatever side, so I'll again, it will again decrease the numbers of speed. Okay. So basically around minus 3 degree inclination angle gives a maximum amount of result. Right. So final conclusion is the maximum angular velocity occurred for 1.75 TSR. The maximum angular velocity was measured for 1.44 TSR. Now, however, my first graph is this is for power coefficient. But as I said, I have worked for tip speed ratio. There is one more term which is power coefficient, but the power coefficient is not included in my work because of the because I could not measure the torque for a particular experiment. It is important to measure torque. Then I can use power coefficient work. But because of I could not measure torque for the particular experiment, I have worked only for turbine tip speed ratio. But one thing is clear that for particular this TSR, the power coefficient will be higher compared to other results. So this is my all about paper. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. Session chairs can proceed with the queries. Okay.
वो पेपर ऐसे ही करते हैं दूसरा वाला ऐसी अरे भैया मेरे दोनों पे वाला देखते
Hello.
Okay. Thank you so much, sir, for your presentation. The next presenter will be Mr. Arun Jain. Is going to present on management accounting helpful tool for management to prevent and curb economic frauds. A deep insight with special perspective to economic crimes in India. So Arun Jain.
Yeah. Good afternoon to all dignitaries and chairperson of the conference. Myself, Sri Arun Jain from Jaipur, and I'm pursuing the PhD from Manipal University, Jaipur. And this is my paper on the management accounting helping tool for management to prevent and curb economic frauds, a deep insight with a special perspective to economic crisis. Let me share the screen for that. I'm a little bit sorry that I'm unable to share the screen. Can I read out the paper as it is?
No, you can share the screen. At the middle of an option, you can have a share screen.
Share the screen, and the option is coming from actually Google Drive, Box, Photo, Documents, and documents. Yeah, downloads. Actually, I'm seeing.
When you click the share screen, it redirects to Google Drive, it seems.
Yeah,
there you have an option called desktop. If you can see a tab, desktop tab, you can click on it, then you can share the screen.
Yeah, but am I allowed to read out the paper without the PPT?
That's if session chairs are okay with that, then definitely we can proceed. Any of the session chairs, sir, Dr. T. Tirupal, sir, is it okay that he can directly read out?
Direct reading means actually something should be presented, no?
Yes, that is correct, sir.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Arun Jain, can you please try to share the screen?
Yeah, just
Take someone help and you can share the screen. At the middle of an option, you can see a green color icon called share screen. Click on it and it will show the tabs on which one you have to share. Click and then share it.
PowerPoint, I am there is it is there.
Yes, first you select this share screen. It's highlighted in a green color.
Are you getting the screen?
No, sir.
No. Share full document presentation and Zoom.
Now on your screen, can you see an option called share screen? Is it visible at the middle of your screen?
Actually, I tried to, but I'm unable to.
No, what error it is showing, sir? When you click the share screen, is it showing any error or what it is showing?
Share screen, document screen, share box, document device storage.
If it is okay for you, you can send it to me, sir, so that I can share the screen. You can present it.
Can I present it as it is?
No, sir. If you have any document, you can send it to my official email ID so that I will share the screen and you can present it if you have any problem.
Okay, mail ID, PowerPoint presentation. Can you tell me your mail ID, sir?
Yes, I'm texting you, sir.
Yeah. Please.
I have sent you.
You have sent it. Actually, I'm on the mail ID address. Just to, if you can speak, I can write it. Type it.
It's SRI.
SRI.
NI.
NI.
Yes, NI. KE.
KE.
TH.
TH.
At the rate.
Yeah, Gmail.
No, sir. It's TECH.
DE.
No, TE.
TECH.
NO.
NO.
ARETE.org.
ARETE.
ARETE.org.
Okay. Please check whether you got it.
I'm checking it, sir. No, I have not received. Mr. Arun Jain, sir. So, Mr. Arun Jain, sir, can you hear me? Sir, can you hear me? Sir, Arun Jain, sir, please release the mute.
Sorry?
Yes, sir. I have not received any email, sir. So is it possible to share the screen or you can continue by saying it, sir? It seems I have not received any email from your side.
to share the screen.
Yes, sir. I have not received any email from your side. Can you share the screen?
I am not
Can you try
able
to share it?
I am not able
Are
to
you
share.
using in mobile phone or computer or laptop? Which one it's?
Yeah, I am doing it on the mobile only.
Okay, on the mobile also you can see an option called share screen.
Yeah, share screen is the option. There is a Microsoft OneDrive, Google Drive, Box, Photo, Document, Web URL, Bookmark, Screen. These are the options.
Document. If you click document.
Yeah, document. I am able to. It says the device storage, and it's lying in my downloads.
You can share the overall screens or all screen of your phone, and then you can whatever you open, it'll show us. There is an option called to share the overall screen.
Share the overall screen.
Yes, screen 1, 2, like that it will be there. Screen 1 will show you the overall screen.
Everything displayed on your screen. Should I start this one?
It's now your image is freezed. I couldn't see anything, sir. Now I can see you. Okay, sir. It seems a problem from your side. No, you can proceed by saying by orally. There is no other option, it seems. Dr. Sir Tirupal's session chair, sir.
Yeah, you can let him carry on, no?
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Mr. Arunjan, you can proceed.
I'm really very sorry to not to able to share the screen, sir. But here the topic is the management accounting helping tool for management and prevention the curb the economic crimes. So let me just summarize the things that the management accountants are very much expertise in the field of their accountancy and the figure work. So management accountants are very much helpful in the to curb the prevention of the economic crimes nowadays. And this says that management accountants are those professionals who are trained in the field of accountancy and in the field of management function. This also includes the analysis of various information, including various systems. Management accountants have significant role to play in various operational matters of organization and also in the prevention of the fraud. These accountants are not confined to their basic expertise, which is deemed to be accountancy. It is worthwhile to note that control frauds, one has to keep in mind that law should of the related land. Every country has its own law to control the fraud and its prevention methods. We have to understand the fraud definition first before we go analyze the fraud detection and prevention methods. The term fraud methods theft and includes all such activities like corruption, various conspiracies, which has economic outcome, money laundering, extortion, etc. In modern times, the cyber economic crime is also fetching very big importance all over the world. This fraud has got basic characteristics of the dishonesty, but which the personal gain is achieved and thereby loss is occurred to other definition of fraud varies country to country. It is worthwhile to note that Surveillance Act 2002 has been introduced by USA in 2002, which is major legislation not only for US companies but also company worldwide. And it is very difficult to put the cost of the fraud worldwide. Still, it is estimated by World Bank, and that is nearly 5% of the world economy, which comes to the USD 1.5 trillion in the value. So economic crimes are of a great problem of the world economy. It says that 1.5 trillion dollars every year is losing the world economy by this economic crimes. And the management accountants are very much a helping tool to stop this economic crimes and the prevention. And the thing is that fraud has not only the monetary aspect but also has its social and psychological effect on the individuals and on the business houses and also on the society. And consumer has to pay the extra price of the goods and services to compensate the cost of fraud on to the management. Even employees of the companies are very much problematic under the management this economic frauds, since because of the fraud the cost to the companies comes higher, and because of this they have to increase the cost of the product, and they have to reduce the perks of the employees also. The banks are also affected by the frauds and the economic crimes in the form of less loan repayment capacity, bad loans, and also the bad serving of the interest. The banking sector always faces great problems with economic crimes since it deals in the very liquid money, and bank remains always a great threat towards the economic crimes. The development of the overall economy is also adverse effect of the fraud, as business houses pays very less taxes on account of the fraud and the reduced profitability. This tend to the less payment of the taxes by the business houses on corporate taxes. The government collects less taxes thereby, and less allocation of the development activities as government remains in crisis of able to meet only the very day-to-day expenses only. Since the economic crimes are having the great impact on the economy, the organization's profitability comes down, and thereby their paying capacity of the taxes comes down, and this makes the circle to the all of the economy, and the government remains with the very less funds for the development. So economic crimes are the major threat to the economy nowadays, and the management accountants keeps helping to the management to stop and curb the crisis and economic crimes. Management accountants are those professionals who trained in the field of accountancy and in the field of management function. This also includes the analysis of various information, including various systems of the management, and the management accountants have significant role to play in various operational matters of the organization and also in prevention of the fraud. These accountants are not confined with their basic expertization, which is deemed to be accountancy. It is worthwhile to note that no control fraud one has to keep in mind in the law related to land. Every country has its own law to control the fraud and its prevention methods. We have to understand the fraud definition. This line has been overcome. The development of the overall economy is also adverse effect of the fraud as business houses pays very less taxes. So we draw the conclusion as to first thing which grows in favor of management accountant is training and experience, which makes him very useful tool for this purpose. The second tool with management accountant is mindset. It means that they are professionally qualified persons, thereby applying the reasonable professional skepticism in their works. With the help of healthy skepticism, they are able to identify at reasonably before the happening the fraud. Since the management accountant are the professionals and in the field of the figure work, they have to be little bit healthy skepticism. So because happening the any fraud or any thing of the economic crimes related, the management accountants are able to find out the ways to stop it or to prevent it into the organization. And the management are able to find anomalies with respect to the financial irregularities happening on many happens. They do this activity with the help of ongoing trends in word by reading various newspapers and articles in the journals and attending conferences on those topics. Management accountants also come to contact with so many leaders worldwide as they attend many conferences, and due to their study in this, they make them very powerful while exercising their duties to prevent the financial crime in their company and the organization. So management accountants are well trained in benchmark analysis also. It means comparison of 1 year performance to another year data with their intelligent mind, and it is very easy for them to identify the gray area of the fraud prone sensitiveness area. Management accountants are very good at system analysis, and this leads to them to assess the place and the area of the weaknesses which may be first choice to work upon by fraudster and the perpetrators. Here management accountants credibility comes into force. So management accountants are of the great use to the organization and as the business houses to find out the economic crimes and to prevent and to curb the economic crimes. So if we draw the conclusion, an organization should approach in dealing the fraud should be very clearly stated. Every organization should have the fraud policy. Beside this, organization should have also the fraud response plan. It means as to what action has to be taken as soon as the fraud is reported by the system or by the whistleblower. In absence of proper fraud response system, executives are not able to know as to what to do soon as the fraud is reported. Sometimes policy is to call our suspected employees has to be retraced, etc. Good organization should appoint fraud officers or fraud detection departments. In recent times, the audit committees are also statutory tool to stop the prevent the fraud. In audit committees, high power people sees the need of the organization to deal the various serious financial irregularities. Management accountants develop an innovative approach of combating the economic crimes using the forensic accounting techniques and designing the methodologies approaches. The approach considered the identification of the effective forensic accounting techniques from the available literature and also the explored an anti-economic crime policy capable of assisting in the combating of the economic crimes. So in today's scenario, the management accountant has got a very great role to stop and curb the economic crimes. Thank you very much, sir. This is all about.
Session chairs can proceed with any queries.
Yeah.
Okay. Since we have completed with the technical sessions part, so I would like to thank all our keynote speakers and again our session chairs, Dr. Balakrishnan, Dr. P.K. Aragwal, and T. Thrupal, for your valuable queries and inputs to the technical participants, and our valuable keynote speakers, Professor Jennifer, Professor Vishal Kumar, Professor Hamid Saremi, and Professor Dr. Pastor Argules Jr. Thank you, B, as a part for our conference as a keynote speakers. And I thank all the technical sessions as well. So on behalf of IFERP, I heartily thank all the delegates and students who have contributed to the success of conference. Thank you for all participating in our conference. Stay tuned with us for more updates regarding the IFERP conferences. Regarding the certificates, you can contact the conference organizations so that respective conference certificates will be issued. Thank you so much for your valuable time.